T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward link now and okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, a negative return.
Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone. Suzanne, the plans they made put an end to you. I walked out this morning and I wrote down this song. I just can't remember who to send it to. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus? You gotta help me make a stand. You just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand. I won't make it any other way. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain, seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you again. Been walking my mind to an easy time, my back turned towards the sun. Lord knows when the cold wind blows, it'll turn your head around. Well, there's hours of time on the telephone line to talk about things to come. Sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend, but I always thought that I'd see you, baby, one more time again now. Thought I'd see you one more time again. There's just a few things coming my way this time around now. Thought I'd see you, thought I'd see you far away now.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Guys, so I literally just got done talking about this just yesterday. I'm really quite surprised to see some of the things that we were talking about yesterday already happening. Yesterday, while the market was open, we witnessed the MMRI breaking above 300. And I mentioned to you guys that we would need to see MMRI start heading down more than likely first before we saw any kind of market major market moves downwards. And part of the reason for that is when the DXY goes up, or the US dollar goes up, the market goes down. But how would you get a market to move down but have MMRI go down if one of the factors is one of the two, either DXY or the yields, the treasury yields. In this particular case, in this formula, it uses the 10-year yield, or 10-year, to calculate out what the final number is. And the answer to that is that you start seeing the yields on the bonds starting to turn the other direction. And so what I'm going to show you guys real quickly right now, and I really quite honestly didn't think that this would happen this quickly, but this is, the MMRI is down here at the bottom at 297.74. It's already dropped almost 3 points below the below 300. But more importantly, what I really need to show you is the 2-year, 10-year Treasury yields. And you can see here that the 10-year Treasury yields on about, yesterday afternoon started trending down. Now it's normal to have little trend downs like this. It's not, that unusual. Ebbs and flows, right? Always ebbs and flows. And this doesn't necessarily mean anything in particular right here for the 10-year Treasury yield, which is currently sitting at 4.507. What I want you to note, though, this is the most important part here, is that at the top of this, yesterday was around 4.56. So the 10-year dropped from 4.56 down to 4.50, meaning it dropped 0.06 from the top that it was at towards the end of the day yesterday. The important part about that is that the 2-year dropped significantly more. Not, like I said in the title, it might be a little too early to be calling for this. But the 2-year and the 2-year trend is the 2-year yield is supposed to be underneath the 10-year. The 10-year is supposed to be higher, and the 2-year is supposed to be lower. And we have inverted yields right now. So if the 2-year starts dropping significantly more than the 10-year, then we're heading back towards seeing right side up yields, not inverted. And that's what we should start seeing before major market recession. And so the 10-year or the 2-year yield yesterday was as high as 5.15. You can see the high end right here, 5.157, and end of the day at 5.058, meaning it dropped 0.1. In contrast to that 10-year that dropped 0.06. So if we start seeing this 2-year yield really starting to head much, much closer down to where a 10-year yield is and not yielding as high values as it is, and we're on the right track here, and this market is doomed. Because seeing yields drop overall, especially with the 10-year yield dropping, will cause that MMRI to dip, as that's part of the formula. So these are important things to think about, and these numbers will impact MMRI a little bit more, I think, than specifically the DXY. So pretty big stuff there. Also, I want to say a couple things before I go into the numbers here. Miss Susan, happy 50th birthday. Danny, I'm sorry for your loss, man. That's messed up. I know there's a lot of pain there, man. Think of the good times. And then last but not least, Tendies Plus, excuse me. I got a little frog in my throat this morning. Tendies Plus, I want to just say he had a couple different picks in music. I can't do reggae. There's a story behind it. I very rarely can do country music, but I'm not nearly as I just can't. When I was a senior, when I was a freshman in high school, a senior, my mom paid money to a senior to give me and a friend a ride to school every morning, and every single morning she would drive this she drove like a 1965 Mustang, not convertible. It was a hardtop, and every single morning. Oh, and she was super hippie. She had beaded seat mats that were lining the seats at that pull your hair, and I'm like Robin Williams over here with my arm and leg hair. And so the entire car ride to school, I had my back of my leg hairs getting pulled as she would play nonstop every single morning. I Shot the Sheriff soundtrack from Bob Marley. Whatever that album is, every morning that album is what we had to listen to every single day. And so I was like getting tortured every day of my freshman year of high school. And it was I can't do reggae music now. There's something, it just brings back, even after 30 years, you would think I'd be over it, but I every time I go to play the music, it just instantly causes me to cringe. And so I can't do it. And the other one is you'd put in a song that was like 7 minutes long. I can't do anything over, I try not to do anything over 6. I can, but I try not to. It's got to be like seriously the right song. The song that I picked today was not one that was listed by any of you guys, but both, I think it was 4 Million Gorillas had picked out 2 different songs, and I think also somebody else, I think it might have been like Pro Jeweler, picked out a song as well, that all of them made me think of, actually it was You Free to Choose who picked it. Pick songs that were either from Van Morrison or Cat Stevens, and it just made me think of James Taylor. I've been blamed in the past for my guitar playing being a lot like Cat Stevens, and I was tempted to play that, but nobody really wants to hear that right now, and I felt like the Fire and Rain was way more appropriate, so I had to play that one since I thought for sure I had played it before, and I haven't, so it was kind of shocking to, since James Taylor's kind of on my list of favorites. I had to play it. Apex, good morning. Let me scroll back to the top real quick here because I noticed that TB put in his numbers this morning. Give me 1 second here while I put him in. Let's see here. 613 to 913. And volume prediction of 12 to 32. I woke up a little bit earlier this morning, maybe about 30 minutes early today. Turned on my phone and looked, so it was probably like just after 5. And I noticed that the volume was like 700 shares traded so far for the day. So most of our volume that we've had traded over the last hour and a half has been all coming from the last hour and a half of trading. I swear it was like 700 shares. That, who said no Tool? Mario says no Tool. Yeah, most of Tool's songs. I think I did play a Tool song one day on a request, but for the most part, almost every single one of their songs are longer than that time frame. So yeah, pretty much. It kind of excludes Tool. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. And let's take a look at the numbers. The Van Morrison song that was Sweet Thing that was requested by 4 Million Gorillas. I just wasn't feeling it. I listened to it and I was just kind of like, I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I listened to just a small snippet of it, and I was just kind of like, I'm just not really feeling it. All right. Two-factor authentic. Oh, remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the Big Tramp back up on the screen again. And let's take a look at what we got going on here. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you sign up for it, if your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, probably not a bad idea. as you never know when something is going to happen to your primary device, and you don't want to not have access to your account. Let me clean off my glasses, and we'll get right into these numbers. I guess I can kind of talk a little bit real quickly about price predictions while I'm doing this cleaning of the glasses. Remember, this is not financial advice. It's just simply four apes trying to guess the price prediction on a daily basis. And let's see what we got going on here. Starting with the closing price yesterday was $7.91. I had 655 to 955. Eric had 644 to 944. Apex had 669 to 969, and TB had 657 to 957. 957. Let me just calculate this out real quick here, because I think Eric might be in the running for a bonus, an extra bonus point here. Let me just check and see. Yeah, he was 3 cents off of the price prediction, and he was more than 10 cents. He was above the price prediction ending point here, and his price is larger than a 10-cent drop from the closest price prediction from him. So he gets an extra bonus point for getting the closest yesterday, and being under those just right conditions to get that extra bonus point. So Eric's going to get an extra bonus, and everybody else got the price predictions correct, so we all get a point. Eric gets 2. To the winner goes the spoils. All right, let me finish cleaning my glasses here before I move on. I don't think I'm coming down with anything. I might just be losing my voice or something. I don't know. If I am coming down with something, I don't feel sick at all. I guess I'm a little sore, but I thought that was probably from I was moving a couch yesterday, and figured it was probably just from moving the couch. Jay's probably tuning in this morning saying, Casey, you didn't work out last night. What's the deal? I did a lot of heavy lifting yesterday, so I counted it towards my workout because I was too sore to do anything afterwards. I was like, I'm like, getting to it. I hurt. Let's take a look at what we got going on here for short exempt volume. 121.6 thousand shares yesterday. Still large enough for me to keep that in the green. It needs to stay above 100,000 for me to keep it in the green there. Day-over-day price increase, we were down yesterday 2.83%. And let's take a look at utilization. $55.58. A little bit up, very slightly. Max Pain, I think Max Pain's probably going to stick right where it was at $8. I can't imagine it going up. I think $8 is going to be right where it stays at. $8. 8 it is. Final numbers for off exchange and EDGX by the end of the day yesterday. We had 58.13% going through off exchange. EDGX at 10.3. The combined total on that was 68.43%. That's approximately 4.43% higher than I would expect it to be by the end of a day. CHX volume was 3,095 shares. That's well under 30,000, which is good. I want to see those numbers low for as long as possible. And GME's CHX volume for the day yesterday was 1,000 shares. A little bit more elevated than what they're used to seeing, but well underneath a large, what I would consider to be a large number, which would also be 30,000 for GME as well. Institutional ownership for reporting for the day today. We have 154.06 million is how much was reported yesterday. Today it's 154.053. What the heck is going on here? Come on. There we go. Let me change my numbers real quick here. Small little drop there. Son of a gun. Vortex is getting rid of my charts again. What the heck? You bastards. They did it again. My charts aren't showing up. These guys. All right. I'll have to send them another email. Taking a look at options, highest amount of open interest. Yesterday, the highest amount of open interest was at an $11 strike with 15.3 thousand contracts, and at $11, it's now 15,000 contracts, which means that some of the call positions closed out. That's bearish. We don't want to see calls being closed. It means the market doesn't expect the price to continue to move up. If it goes too much lower, we may see a $9 strike being the new high for open interest. The highest high for puts is at an $8 strike. That is up 50 cents from yesterday. Yesterday we had 10.1 thousand contracts at 7.5. At 8, we now have 14.5. The spread right now on calls versus puts, we have 8 for the bottom side with the highest amount of open interest and 11 on the top side, meaning the market's kind of suggesting that there may be a close between $8 and $11 by the end of this week. Taking you guys over the other page, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of music, and we'll take a look at the rest of the data after I move some screens around. Okay, what I just did must have fixed it somehow or another. I'm not sure why it was doing what it was doing, but whatever. No email needed, I guess. The latency from my internet connection was apparently causing the charts not to load for whatever reason. But short share interest of the free float showing up this morning at 11.2%. Let's see how this all looks and played out here. Utilization up marginally, very, very marginally. Hold on one second here. It looks like I'm getting errors saying that, okay, it's whatever. It's working. 55.3. I feel like Han Solo and the Millennium Falcon. It's not my fault. Utilization at 55.3%. Drove up to 55.58, marginal increase there. On loan amount driving up from 26.16 to 27.34. That is, let's see here, 1.8 1.18 million new shares on loan. That's obviously going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float. Oh, it did not. Okay, so estimated short share interest of the free float actually dropped here. There's going to be a reason for that. And 927, we might be getting close to the... Yep, okay. So the reason that that number dropped, the estimated short share interest of the free float, was because they were... if I pull up these numbers here so that they look similar, you'll see what ended up happening here. So they were estimating on the high side more recently with the estimates on where short interest was at. These are the number right here is the actual amount. You can see that dipped to they were underestimating before, and then they jumped up their numbers a little bit to try and try and get back in. You can see how they were underestimating back here on the last reporting. Now they overestimated too much, so it's causing, because of this new reporting of exchange reported short interest is at 22.15, they have to drop their estimates a little bit here to account for that. So that's the reason why we're seeing a drop in exchange reported short interest, even though we had more shares on loan day over day. So they dropped it by, let's see, where did they drop it from? 12.53% down to 11.2%. So we're looking at 1.53, 1.57. Let me just pull out a calculator instead of trying to math it. Let's see here. 12.53. 1.33. So we're going to go with is that right? I think that's right. I think that's right. They're estimating that about 263,000 shares of short interest were closed out. I don't think that number is correct. It's got to be a little bit higher than that. Let me just look at the actual numbers here. It'll just be a lot easier that way. $2.63. I don't know what I was doing wrong there, but 2.63 million shares is what they're estimating to be closed out in short interest. But obviously that's just an estimate based off the correction that they had to make from that new reported short interest amount. On loan average age per day, with the loans with the on loan amount increasing day over day by 1.18 million shares, that should cause the on loan average age per day to probably drop a little bit because that's quite a few shares being taken on there. Looks like it dropped from 9.18 to 9.04, just a very small drop. Security lending volume increased yesterday from 5.68 million to 6.47. Again, just kind of touching on the MMRI, we did break below 300, and it wasn't because of DXY dropping. It's actually DXY is going up still. It's because the yields, the treasury yield, the 10-year treasury yield is down, is heading down right now, as well as the 2-year, but the 2-year is heading down more. Futures. VIX this morning showing down 3.1%. Looks like it wants to open around 1858, which is not that much further down than where it closed at yesterday. So even though this is a big number here at 3.1, the difference in values is not that much. That is obviously going to cause the markets to show an increase for this morning. We have anywhere from 0.3 to 0.46% up on most of the markets. I have a feeling we're going to see a temporary swing to the positive side for the day today. It might even change halfway through the day, and we might see a positive swing in the markets, and then in the later half of the day today, we see a continuation of more downwards trend. Taking a look at the final orders of Fidelity customers from yesterday, AMC was struggling to make the list at the end of the day and is not on here. At least I don't see it. GME not on the list either. We did have a good buy-sell ratio for most of the day yesterday, and we were on that list for a while with that good ratio. SSR trips today at $7.12. Shares available to borrow is at 2.1 million. Last night there was a total of 3.7 million, 3.8 actually million shares available to borrow, and then they borrowed 1.7 million of it. Yesterday in total, there's about 2.3 million shares borrowed, being reported by IBKR. So we're getting pretty close to the same numbers in borrowed shares for the day. Fees are at 2.7%. Currently, there's 108.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 37,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 20.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. Oops. Did I lose Weeble? Where did Weeble? Oh, I did. Hold on a second. Okay. Let me take you guys over to the other page here real quick while I try to figure out what the heck is going on with this. Oh, there it is. Popped up finally. Big bank movers this morning in the pre-market. Let's see if we have any. Oh, this is nice. Oh, darn. I thought they took out the ones that didn't have pre-market movement. I'm not expecting any major movements in the pre-market, although there are some banks that are actually moving quite a bit this morning. It doesn't look like there's any in here that I can read off, though, since they're not a change of 2.75% or greater. Ethereum Classic is currently showing up 3.43 this morning and trending up. Typically, AMC does trail Ethereum Classic as a kind of a general rule. DXY is currently up 0.22. Found like a top around 106.48 just a little bit ago. If I pull it out to an hour, you can see this thing is about ready to break out of an ascending parallel channel, which I would not expect to see happening. That's pretty unusual. Very unusual. It's getting very close to breaking past that. And it's really odd to be seeing the MMRI lower under 300 with this rising as much as it is. See, this is why it's having problems. Okay. Let's see. Oil is currently up 1.92 in the pre-market. SPY is up 0.34, jumped up at market open, kind of started to trend down, though. It's currently trending down from the pre-market open. VIX has not traded yet. 18.94 is where the VIX opened up, or where VIX left off yesterday. And I think the VIX is expecting to open around 1850, so it's a little bit lower than what it's at right now currently. Tesla this morning in the pre-market's up 0.46 and consolidating after an early morning market jump up. Amazon is up 0.02 with the early morning jump up having faded away and trading nearly identical or consolidating from where it was at close yesterday. Cinemark is up 1.33 in the pre-market. It's traded 25 shares so far this morning. It's just absolutely steaming ahead forward, full blast right now. It is up from where it was at trading at yesterday a little bit, not much. Hard to say what kind of trend there is. Doge is heading up as well right now, up 1.1%. Bitcoin is up 1.94% at 26.7. A coin is taking quite a big jump here. Let me pull up the 1 hour real quick on this and just see where we're at. Unexpected rise. I would have expected continuation of a drop here. GME is up 0.89 in the pre-market this morning, and it had an initial jump up in pre-market this morning, and then is traded back down to about where it was trading after market hours yesterday. Hycroft and NCMI have not traded this morning in the pre-market. Hood is up 0.52, initially opened up higher and came back down a little bit since then. Only 117 shares traded so far. AMC, same thing. Initial breakup, came back down, consolidated or came down to the consolidation point from closing up in the after hours yesterday, and then is up a little bit right now. 3,560 shares traded so far this morning. We had yesterday in total almost $700,000 more outflow than inflow. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 48.57, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 46.52, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator happening multiple times this morning so far. RSI at 46.5, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.16, which is average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. On a 1-hour time interval, lagging line is below price line, and conversion's below base, which means price is going to come back down and break below. It actually started to break below almost yesterday. We didn't get that continuation of buying pressure that we needed. Once we broke back down into the cloud, we're finding ourselves on the bottom side of this cloud here. This could mean some more downwards momentum for us leading into the next day or two, which today I thought was going to be the day. No, Thursday was the day that I thought we were going to see the break to the top side. If that were going to be the case, then we would need to see today would need to be a little bit of a former red cloud here. So it would be a temporary 48-hour downtrend that's basically formed, followed by a possible uptrend starting tomorrow, late tomorrow. In order for this to become a buy signal today, we would have to see price driving above $8.45. That's 10 cents lower than what it was yesterday. On a 4-hour chart, lagging lines below price line, conversions below base, and we have not broken through this cloud yet. The soonest that we would probably be able to see a breakout is going to be tomorrow in the later portion of the day. In order for us to get a breakout today, we would have to see prices before market close would have to see something above 9.55 or higher, which is drastically down from the 10.50 that we had yesterday. So I'm going to say 9.60. And obviously that number is only going to be going into Thursday, the end of, well, actually kind of the middle of the day tomorrow is only going to be around $8.20. So the breakout is forming. I think there's a potential chance that we don't see too much momentum today. If there is any momentum, it'll probably be slightly down for us. Probably, I don't know. Expect them to not want to see this hit right here. So I would expect probably to see somewhere around maybe like a 765 close to make it more difficult to have some kind of breakout that would cause short-term investors to start buying in. Yeah, so I'm going to go with 765, I think, for a close for today. So 615 to 915 is going to be my target. TB said 613 to 913. It's we're like 2 pennies off of each other. It's pretty close. Nice job, TB. I like it. All right. I'm going to be counting heavily on the big tramp today to fill in because apparently I'm losing my voice. I don't feel like I shouted at all yesterday. That's usually when if I go to like a concert and I'm screaming, or if I go to a hockey game and I'm screaming, those are usually the times when I lose my voice. I didn't think I did any screaming yesterday. I don't understand why. If I'm sick, I don't even know it. It's crazy. Let's see here. I think I kind of messed this up a little bit. There we go. All right, heading back to the back of the big tramp. Rex, good morning to you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Morning, buddy.
How you doing this morning? Parrot, good morning to you.
A beautiful day, Casey. Beautiful day.
I would sing you a U2 song right now, but I don't know if I can do that. It's a beautiful day. I need something more rough. I need a rough voice sound. Mega Johnny says, just announced strike is over. I think they said at 12:01, right? I saw a post about it. Something about strike ending at 12:01 a.m. Dario D says, did you see the housing or real estate numbers? Hold on a second here. Let me pull it up and see. I actually wasn't watching yesterday, but you're not wrong. New home sales came in. Oh, shit. That's not good looking. S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index came in yesterday. They were...
Buenos dias, señores and señoritas.
Buenos dias. Let's see here. We had Market Watch is saying that the S&P Case-Shiller Home Price Index rose. They expected it to go from negative 1.2 to 0.3, but it went to 0.1, so not quite as big as a rise as they expected. But the big one here is new home sales. 739,000 was the number previously. They expected 695,000. And ended up only getting 675,000. So new home sales are down quite a bit. And then consumer confidence is down lower than what they thought it would be. It was 108.7 previously. They expected 105.5 and got 103. Let me click on. I want to read this article. This article on new home sales here and see what it says about it. I'm sure it's going to be obviously due to interest rates, but let me just check and see here. Let's see here. New home sales fall 8.7% as buyers react to persistently high mortgage rates. That's go figure. Sales of newly built homes in the U.S. fell in August as interest rates and home prices stayed elevated, dampening buyer demand. U.S. new home sales fell 8.7 to an annual rate of 675,000 in August, from a revised 739,000 in the prior month, the Commerce Department reported Tuesday. The number is seasonally adjusted and refers to how many homes would be built over an entire year if builders continue at the same pace every month. The jump fell short of expectations on Wall Street. Economists, that's such a weird word, had forecast new home sales to total 695 in August. The rate of new mortgage sales was dragged down by a sharp drop in the Midwest. The data from July was revised significantly. New home sales rose to a revised 739 in July compared to the initial estimate of 4.4% increase. The data on new home sales are volatile month to month and are often revised. The stocks, we know what happened to the stocks. Interesting, but not unexpected. What about consumer confidence? Let's see what we got. Let me see what we got going on here with do you guys, honest opinion, do you guys feel like I'm too doom and gloom sometimes, or like? No, okay.
Not with the way thing. Nah, man. I fly off the handle like 1,000 times a day. You're about as even keeled as it gets.
I just try to say it like I see it, but it feels like it's like doom and gloom all the time. And I'm like sitting here going like, I don't mean to sound doom and gloom, but it's just what it is. I can't help it. A survey of consumer confidence fell to a 4-month low of 103 in September, reflecting angst about rising interest rates, still high inflation, and a stalemate over the federal budget in Washington. The closely followed index dropped 5.7 points from a revised 108.7 in August, the conference board said Tuesday. Higher gasoline prices are weighing on the minds of consumers while the threat of government shutdown looms in Washington. Rising interest rates orchestrated by the Federal Reserve to tame inflation are also taking a bite out of the economy. Consumer confidence tends to signal whether the economy is getting better or worse. Economists polled by the Wall Street Journal had forecast index to register 105.5. A measure that looks at how consumers feel about the economy right edged up to 147.1 from 146.7 in the prior month. It's also near a 4-month low, however. A confidence gauge that looks ahead 6 months slipped to 73.7 from 83.3. The future expectations index is now well above the 80 mark that often signals a recession ahead. I concur. I really want to know why the 2-year Treasury yield dropped the way that it did yesterday. It was a really significant drop. I mean, you can see there was actually, I hadn't even seen this before, and I'm just now seeing it. There was actually a spike up on the 10-year when the 2-year dropped. So when the 2-year dropped right here, you can see the spike up. I don't even really want to call it a spike up, but you can see the burp upwards. Kind of interesting. Because we had not too long ago, we saw the yields spike the other direction, but they both spiked, right? Like the 10-year just a little bit less than the 2-year. 10-year spike, 2-year spike. I think we had another one too, not too long ago. Where is it? Was it this one? Maybe? I don't know. Anyways.
You're about to go into the Piggly Wiggly with me. I need to get some apple cider for my pork tenderloin.
Piggly Wiggly. That's really the name of the place? Piggly Wiggly?
Piggly Wiggly. Yeah, this is still a local independent one. But yeah, so they're around. It's an old chain like Winn-Dixie.
Wonder what the origins are on that name. Hey, Pokey Stick of Volume coming in at 55,000 shares this morning, giving us 62. We have seen this 62,000 shares, somewhere between 60 and 70,000 shares so many times in a row, and we end up seeing volume at some like just extremely varying amounts, anywhere from 13 to 14 million, all the way up to what was some of the higher numbers that we had? 37 million shares, or maybe, yeah, 37. So we've seen a vast, the pre-market morning volume is not helping anymore in regards to trying to predict the daily volume. But I'm gonna go 10 to 30 million for the day today. There's a good chance that we see, there is a very good chance, I think, that we see less than 10 million. Even though I'm doing 10 to 30. Fu, good morning, man. It's good to see you. Buzz and Buzzman says, how's Evergrande doing? It's about as good as JDC or JDS or whatever I can't remember the name of it now. You know, that hedge fund that did the same thing as Melvin Capital. You remember them? Andrew says, not doom and gloom, but you did get mad when we listened to the shills. Not hating on you, but I use the shills to prove that I know that Casey's correct. I'm not mad at you. It's not a mad thing. It's more or less like, you know, we just give them a voice, and unfortunately that just doesn't help us out any. So I'm not mad. And I've done it too. I've done the same thing, you know, where I go and I listen because, you know, it's just I want to hear what it is that they have to say. But it's literally that desire to hear what it is that they have to say instead of creating the narrative and pushing the narrative that we want. We're taking and allowing those who view our investment as being crappy. We're giving them the power of voice to talk crap about our investment. And when you give power to that which we have power in numbers. I've seen it. I've had like 4 or 5 instances where I've asked you guys, like, hey, can you please go upvote this post that I put out? I think it's really, really super important, right? And you guys go in there and you drive it like massively, and then people just see it a lot. Tons and tons of people see it, but unknowingly, what you do is the same thing when you're trying to look at the other side of what it is that people are trying to tell you, so that you can quote unquote know that what you know people are saying is correct or not correct. You're giving those people voice and power, and the only way that you can stop that from happening is to not listen to it anymore. Walk away from it and refuse. Be the driving narrative in what's happening here. Be the positive force in driving positive comments and things about your investment that help to build on your investment and not tear down your investment. So it's not that I'm mad. It's just that I just hate seeing those guys have a voice. McCullough says, you're like the BBC World News of economics. No BS. Thank you.
Lord have mercy. We must stay focused, brothers. We must stay focused.
It's not, I mean, if you think about it, that's what some people would probably lead you to believe, that it's like, you know, oh, well, you're just trying to, you're trying to stay inside the bubble kind of thing. It's like, no, I want the bubble to expand, but the only way that the good bubble can expand is by making sure that you keep saying the good, positive things. That's how you help your investment.
You're not helping me this morning, Casey. I woke up on the fence, and I'm still undecided if I want to be a grumpy asshole today, or be light, frivolous, and funny. And, you're not helping.
I'm not helping anything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that. What can I do to push you one direction or the other?
I don't know that would be effective. I'm leaning heavily towards grumpy asshole, though. I can tell you.
Hey,
that.
you listen up here, asshole. I'll tell you when you can be grumpy. How's that? Uh-oh. He's not laughing. Okay, you can be grumpy.
I spit my coffee back in the cup. I had a big mouthful of coffee. It's either back into the cup, or all over the keyboard.
Oh, man. People are saying the Fed is incompetent because they are leading the country into a recession. But when I look at the time since COVID, it seems obvious a correction is long overdue. A recession now may be better in the long run than letting the market run wild and have a much bigger collapse later. I think we already done past that, Tony. Like we literally, I feel like the attempt to soft land this plane is probably going to cause this to carry out much longer and be more painful than it needed to be. So, but you know, I don't think any. Put yourself in the shoes of somebody else who's driving decisions in the marketplace and for the entire economy. Would you want it to fail on your shift? And I'm pretty sure the answer would be no. Because that shit doesn't. It's not like you're just doing like a regular 9-to-5 job working for Wendy's, where nobody really cares if you got fired. The whole nation sees it, and it goes down in the record books forever, and it taints your name if you make the wrong choices. So it's a tough job. It's not easy. Man, Jake, good morning. Nana, good morning. Jay, I'm getting back on it. I'm not sure if you were here earlier or not, but I mentioned it because I thought maybe you might be listening. I was moving some couches last night, and I think I might have torn something in my shoulder, but I'm gonna get back on it tonight. I woke up today really, really super stiff. So, I mean, you can kind of almost say that I was like working out yesterday, but not doing the bike ride. But I hurt pretty bad today. So I'm going to try to get back on it. I for like an hour, I contemplated writing last night, and I was just like, I just don't think I can do it. And it's not my legs, it's my arms. Oh, and I want to ask you. I should have done that. I should have taken a really hot shower. Didn't do that. Jay says, when you say getting back on the Peloton, I got to ask you a quick question because I haven't really been riding on the Peloton. I've never really done, in all the years that I did training, I never really got on a trainer, and all my training was always done. Outside real world stuff because I lived in Phoenix, Arizona, and like 95% of the days of the year, it's nice enough to ride. So I got to ask you a question because I found myself already starting some bad habits. And do you find, and I assume you would know this because I also assume that you ride outdoors as well. I find myself looking down at the screen, and that is super, super unhealthy if you're riding out in the real world, because you're supposed to be looking forward. How do you combat that? How do you combat the staring at the screen and not having that like bad habit transfer over to like your regular writing? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, I'm gonna do some stretching today for sure, but I'm still gonna get back on today. I think. My shoulder feels way better than it did last night, but it's still hurting. UPS delivery guy says the real question is did you find any quarters under the couch? No. No quarters. I wish. Apparently they're worth a lot now. Yeah, I'm stiff all over, but the legs don't hurt to the point to where it's just like normal stiffness after you exercise kind of thing. It's not like hurt stiff. Send me a message, Jay. It's probably like way too long for you to talk about it, but send me like a DM in Discord or something. I wish I had found quarters under the couch. I think the only thing that I found was my grandma made me a hot pad made of rice, and it was stuck in the couch and had been torn by the couch and was dropping rice everywhere.
I made you a He-Man birthday cake.
If only I had that. And last night, an hour before, during that hour that I was trying to decide if I should ride or not, if I only had that for somebody to play for me, I would have gotten on the bike probably. Jay says, yeah, I had the same issue. I ended up getting an adapter swivel attached to the bike and screen, and it actually raised the screen up a few inches, but otherwise I tried keeping head up and listening. I'm a numbers guy, man. You don't know how bad I rely on... I used to do the same thing with the... I'm a big Garmin fan, so I always carry the Garmin. Everything... I have all... the Garmin Edge... is what I had way back in the day. I think I've got the Edge something else now, but when I first got the Edge, when it first came out, like I found myself always constantly looking down at my numbers to see how my performance was doing, and found that it was like very, very dangerous for me to do. And I had to like train myself to like not look down at my Garmin. But now, I feel like this is almost the same thing because I'm a data person. I got to see the numbers.
I see you choosing the hard way.
Is that censored? That's got to be censored content in here today. Censored content, how's it going, man?
Going good.
Buzz and Buzzman says, could you turn your screen to ghost mode when inactive for so many seconds? I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if I can do that. But if you're watching a hot instructor, it can be tough. Well, I haven't used any of the instructors for any of the writing that I've done over the last week and a half. I've been doing the scenic tours or rides where it's like a countryside or something like that as you're riding that you're looking at. I find those way like... I don't know. It makes me feel like I'm actually outdoors riding, and it's kind of nice. I've always hated treadmill and running, so I can't imagine that I would like biking any better indoors. I'll have to look into that adapter thing you're talking about, though. Tony, that's totally me too. I do the exact same thing. Constantly like calculating like how far I can push it before I have to stop for gas. Jeffrey, 2 weeks. Good morning to you. Let me see. Let me check real quick here and see if Adam Aaron posted any new tweets out. I feel like I might have forgotten to mention one. Nope, guess not. Jarrett Porst posted something on Twitter saying hedge funds roasting on an open fire, banks are making margin calls. If only. That was posted 20 hours ago. I don't know if that's the case. Oh, sweet. I appreciate it, Jay. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Real quickly on yesterday's market unclosed stock order imbalances. Go away. We've got on the 26th of September, we've got 1.7 billion notional amount for what was not closed out as a stock order. And then on the buy side, 713 million. That's a little bit less on the buy side, but still pretty high on the sell side. In contrast to the previous day, you can see that the amount of orders were quite large in contrast as well. Still a lot of sell volume right now. Did AMC make the list? I didn't even check to see. It does not look like AMC. Maybe it did. Maybe. Nope, did not make the list yesterday. Let me make sure I updated this. No, it says 26th of September. That's right. I'll update it just in case. Yeah, we're not on the list. Also, haven't updated you guys on this in a hot minute. 35 days, 5 hours, 39 minutes, and 43 seconds until the next FOMC meeting to determine whether or not they're going to raise rates. At this point in time, we have approximately a 19.5% chance that there's going to be a 25 basis point increase. That's not a very good chance. It's only 1 in 5. By December, that chance rises to 31.9%. By January, it goes to 33.3%. March, 29% chance. And May, 21.1% chance. There's actually a more of a likelihood that we'll see rates drop starting in May of next year. June, an even higher chance that there's going to be a drop in June and July. By July of next year, they're looking at dropping the rates by 25 basis points with the highest chance. So it looks like the Fed wants to keep the numbers here where they're at until at least July of next year. Of course, lots of things can happen between now and July of next year to cause that to change. That's just current target numbers. Target. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate it. Buzz and Buzzman says the douche bank is apparently the next to go. How are they looking today? I think most of the banks are looking a lot better. In the douche world today, in the pre-market, they're up 1.51. I'm actually there's actually a couple different banks that are up in the pre-market quite significantly, and I am expecting to see a bump in the market this morning up, but at the same time, I think there's a fairly strong chance that we see a turnaround sometime through the middle of the day. I think we could tend to see a swing right in the middle of the day today. As it stands right now, it looks like the VIX's future openings is 1861, which isn't too far down from where it closed yesterday, 1894. Yeah, I think there's a small chance that we see a swing in the middle of the day today. Apex says, feeling the battle 801 today yet again, 651 to 951. I'm putting you down, sir. Thank you very much. I don't trade fibs very often, DM. I'm not. I don't want to say I don't. I use them more as potential indicators for turning points, as like a reference on like perhaps maybe where I may. I mean, that's kind of like saying yes. All right, fine, yes, I do. The 618, one is a whole number or placeholder. The ratio represents A plus B or A and B completing price reversal. I mean, I think it's I think Fibonacci retracements are huge. Those ratios are pretty amazing. In fact, and I really didn't even realize this when I had come up with the when I came up with shoot, I just forgot what it's called. What is it? Not SSR. Synthetic price failure, SPF. Synthetic price failures, believe it or not, are very, very close to Fibonacci level retracements, and so one of the I think one of the interesting things was, I didn't even notice this. One of our known shills who comes through says, you know, you're just using Fibonacci numbers, and it's like, oh shit, they really are. I didn't come up with. I mean, all I did was study what the market does on a daily basis on price movements, and the market's very heavily being traded all over the place wherever you look on these moving Fibonacci. And I know that's what's different about the synthetic price failures, is that it's a moving Fibonacci retracement. So it's literally looking at most current price movements and saying, like, these are where the Fib movements are, instead of taking a look at something from the past and using that as a Fibonacci. It's literally taking most current highs and lows and seeing where the Fibonacci retracements would be occurring at. So and that is actually very, very helpful in identifying where the market's going to make turning points at, and can be used on any stock, by the way, and crypto, which is I think crypto is the more amazing thing, because if you think about the idea that crypto is supposed to be not a market traded, I mean, what's the right way to say this? It shouldn't, I feel like it shouldn't trade as similar as stocks do, because of the nature of what it is. And yet it does. It trades. The numbers are slightly different. They're not too far off from what they are for the stock market. I've only played around with fib spirals. I'm sure there's something to it. I've never really messed around with them too much, just for fun. Definitely have never made any trades on them. Tony says I could give my price predictions for the rest of the week now. I mean, if you wanted to, you could. You don't have to get them every morning. If you don't want to show up in the mornings, it's fine too. Are you a Dogecoin millionaire? No. I would tend to think, and this is the interesting thing here, is whenever you see people who are doing YouTube, my guess, the majority of the guys that are doing like daily or even multi-daily are probably not millionaires. I imagine. I don't know this for sure because I'm obviously not a millionaire. But if I were a millionaire, I probably would not be live streaming daily. Probably. I would probably find other things to occupy my time. That's just my guess. I could be wrong. I know there are millionaire CEOs out there who do like podcasts and stuff like that. So, you know, I guess you have, but I mean, some of them make it, some of them do it for a living though. That's that part of their income comes from that, doing those, you know, you could point to somebody like Joe Rogan or something like that, where he's literally created an entire, show out of you know, doing what it is that he does, whereas I feel like his main job prior to this was more of a, you know, an announcer and stuff like that, or a comedian / announcer, and so this whole podcasting on the side after he already made millions is kind of like a side, it's probably a side gig that he does just to make some extra cash, and he probably just enjoys doing it, I guess. He's probably one of the few rare ones that would choose to do something like a daily podcast as a millionaire. Apex, I hear you, man. Not a problem. Yeah, that's why I'm saying Thorblade. Like, I mean, that kind of almost exempts him from it because he's making millions off of the podcast. So it's like it's almost, you know, he's making a huge living out of doing it. So, you know, why not keep it up? But in regards, I guess in regards to what I'm talking about is like anybody who's doing it and not making tons and tons of money doing it, they're probably not a millionaire. All right, it's 7:31. Time for break. My wife's coming home, and I got to show her something cool. oh, I just heard the truck shut. Wait, I gotta go unlock the door. Hold on, I'll be right back.
How do you feel about not being trusted by your wife?
Oh. Look.
Censored, you get the tip of the hat. That was
I know.
on the fly.
No, Seth's already enjoying it.
I didn't know if that one was
I'm
going
gonna
to be
sign off for break and then I'll come back over. He ran down the stairs and was like, I can't run forward anymore, damn it.
He probably didn't hear it.
I don't think he liked that. He had to force stop. Alright, sorry about that. I'm gonna take off here, guys. Wait. Do. Final answer. Lock it in.
I would like you to come to stay in my house in Kazakhstan.
All right, guys. I'll see you at 8:15 before market open. Let me put up the message on the screen here, guys. And man, I caught unlocking the door for her just in the nick of time. Alrighty, I will see you guys back at 8:15, and I already gave my price predictions for this morning, but I'll go over that again at that time. See you guys in a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. onboard computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, guys, I'm back. Let me kind of looking to see what's happening here in the market before open. I'm kind of feeling like I want to change my prediction a little bit here. So here's the deal. I don't know. The SPY opened up in the pre-market this morning, jumped up quite a bit, and then traded down for a little while, and then traded sideways, consolidated, and is now starting to trend up again. The one thing that I'm kind of seeing here that kind of worries me about my price prediction with AMC is that the U.S. dollar, at least earlier, was still trending upwards. It is coming back down a little bit here on a 1 hour trend chart here. You can see it's I've got an ascending parallel channel on this with multiple touch points in here, and we actually just touched it. If the U.S. dollar is going to come back down, then I'm okay with the SPY heading up and maybe AMC's price heading up as well. And it could be kind of like a short-term boost. Oil is definitely up in the pre-market this morning, 2.13. My prediction on price this morning is kind of bearish, even though we're up 0.76% right from as of right now. Where to go? Where to go? I'm feeling like there's going to be pretty low volume for the day today. Typically, we do tend to follow Doge on runs, and Doge did take a nice little trend up here. But usually we're kind of delayed by a period of time behind it. I said Doge. I meant, sorry, I meant Ethereum Classic. Let's see here. I don't know. I have this gut feeling that we're going to see this like massive reversal at some point in the middle of the day today. I think I'm going to revise my prediction just a tad. I had 615 to 915. I think I'm going to adjust it up maybe like 20 cents and shoot for like a 635. Just in case. Let's bump it 10 cents. 625 to 925. The reason we'll give either myself or TB the opportunity to be able to steal a point, an extra bonus point to be able to put us in contention again with Eric, provided the price comes down a little bit. With the price, if I kept my prediction is 615 to 915, then TB and I would have been 2 cents apart, and neither of us would have been eligible for some bonus points. So by picking a little bit higher price prediction, it'll give us both a chance here. Casey, you're a trader. Laugh out loud. We were in sync. I know, man, but I'm trying to help you out here with giving you a bonus with a chance at a bonus. Okay, he says that's fair. I'm trying to give you a chance here, both of us a chance to get back in the game with Eric. I feel like it's a good deal. It's a win-win for both of us. Step says, so it's going to check 845, then tank. I mean, it's watch you end up being extremely correct on that. I would imagine. I smell collusion. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I mean, if I would have raised it 30 cents like I wanted to, I would have taken Apex out for a potential bonus point. So it's probably a good thing that I didn't raise it 30 cents. I guess that's one way. I'm gonna drop my price right in the middle of you and TB. Go for it, man. That's what you want to do. Go for it, and maybe you'll get the right price prediction. Completely okay. You're entitled to change your price prediction at any point up until market open. But in regards to what Step said, so it's going to check 845 then tank. Boy, man, I have a sneaking suspicion that there might be some accuracy to what you're saying. I don't feel. I feel like this is kind of a little bit of a bull trap here. I think you're going to see a hard reversal probably in the market today. Considering, I mean, if we just take a look at SPY real quick here, over like the last, let's get rid of all my lines on the page here. We weren't far off on the prediction that I had here. It was, it didn't quite stair step its way down nearly as much as I thought. I thought perhaps we would close somewhere right around 423.74 is where I have like the center point set up for the end. We ended up hitting about 427.67, so I was off by about 4 points. Not too far off. And this is the end of that phrase. I'm going to call it a phrase here. This stanza. This trading session, I think we're going to see that jump in price movement back upwards. We might hit like a 433. We might go back and retest that 433 level today, and then see like a very, very sharp downtrend starting tomorrow. It could happen in the middle of the day today too. Maybe we test for 433 really, really super quick, like a hard run up to 433 on the SPY, and then a super run down. Trapping in a bunch of bulls thinking that it's on a reversal. But zooming out on this, by the way, I don't know if you guys realize this or not. I don't think that I really talked about it a whole lot. On a daily, if we look back in historicals, the last time that we saw a low, this low would have been back in like June of this year. Prior to that, we were really, really close to this top back here in August of 2022. There's definitely a level of support and resistance that's been seen multiple occasions in this price range. All right, guys, it's about time to start this day. Buzzin' Buzzman says a 721 close. All right, guys, I'll see you on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone. Suzanne, the plans they made put an end to you. I walked out this morning and I wrote down this song. I just can't remember who to send it to. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus? You gotta help me make a stand. You just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand. I won't make it any other way. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. To an easy time, my back turned towards the sun. Lord knows when the cold wind blows, it'll turn your head around. Well, there's hours of time on the telephone line to talk about things to come. Sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you, baby, one more time again now. Thought I'd see you one more time again. There's just a few things coming my way this time around now. Thought I'd see you, thought I'd see you far away now.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold. Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edgies. Screw them! That's right. That's where I like to fling some poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. The title for the day today, guys, is this may be a bit early to call, but the 2 and the 10-year yields were falling. I don't know if they still are or not. We'll take a look at them here in just a second. I have this on a 1 minute here on the charts, so I don't know if these are. I don't see them moving. Anyways, let's take a look at them real quick here. So what's going on? Yesterday, towards the end of the day, we saw a little bit of a dip. Actually, you know what? Let me start off with this one here real quick. We talked about MMRI yesterday, and we saw MMRI above 300. It slipped down to 290, as low as 297 earlier this morning. It's heading back up here to 298.53. One of the things I mentioned to you guys is that it tends to slip a little bit, MMRI, just before you see some of the big failures in the marketplace. We can go back to 2008, and you can see where that's the case, where here before the market even reached a top, which was right here where the beginning of this cloud was, MMRI was reaching its top at around, I guess, June of 2007, and then started actually reversing. Now, we know there's two parts to this formula. One part of it is the U.S. dollar. The other part of it's the yields. What was happening to the U.S. dollar and yields during those times? And typically speaking, when you have an inverted, and I've shown this to you on many occasions in the past, when you have an inverted yield between the 2-year and the 10-year bond yields, then you know that you have a recession coming ahead. But before that recession ever starts, the bond yields start to move back out of being inverted, so right side up. right? Where the 2-year is below the 10-year instead of vice versa. Well, we started seeing a little bit of that happening as of the end of yesterday's trading, where the 2-year yield started dropping. It found a top towards the end of the day yesterday. It looks like it found, actually all day long, it found a top around, let's see, when was this here? This was the 20th back here, so this is quite a while ago. But here you can see the yields we're finding on the 26th. Yesterday they were finding a top at around 5.15%. Actually, you can see this the higher here, 5.157. And so we saw this 2-year yield drop down to 5.073, which is where it's at currently. Which is, it's not a huge drop, right? Like I said, this might be calling this a little bit early to be calling it a drop just yet. But the interesting thing about this is that when you look at the percentage of the drop here in contrast to where it was, the 10-year, while it did drop as well, it didn't drop nearly as much. It went from about 4.56 down to 4.517, which means that the gap between the 10-year and the 2-year is starting to close. And that's one of those very first things that you start seeing is the inverted yield heading the other direction to where the 10-year is going to end up being higher than the 2-year. And that's when all hell breaks loose in the marketplace. And you can see it on multiple occasions from the past. When I take this to a daily, you can see when the inverted yield starts taking a turn to being not inverted, and this is going back to 2007 and 8 right here. This is the 2007 and 8, and you can see that the yield on the 2% is higher, marginally, right around, gosh, I guess it's around June of 2007, and then it starts to take a turn, and it is no longer inverted any longer. Going into 2008, which is where we all know when the big housing bubble crisis started, right? So these yields are really kind of forecasting in advance what's going to happen, and so now we have this, one of the biggest inversions that we've ever seen, by the way, occurring, and it looks like they're starting. I mean, this is, again, it's probably way too early to be calling, but we are seeing a bigger drop in the 2-year than the 10-year, and we are starting to see yields drop a little bit here. So perhaps we are starting that process. Currently, AMC is at 805, up 1.71%. We have the VIX down 3.8%, but at 18.22. Let me see what you guys are writing here. Ned's surrogate father says the fact that Citadel has been shorting U.S. bonds is the real scary part. I mean, it's because, I mean, that's what we're talking about, right? Bond yields dropping before it all hell breaks loose. So if they're shorting the bonds, then you know what's coming. We got about almost 15 minutes before we take a first look at the numbers from the morning. There's a very interesting jump in price in here after the first 5 minutes of trading. From the 5th minute to the 6th minute, you can see that we closed on the 5th minute at 7.89 and opened the next minute at 7.90. That's only a penny difference, but you can see the gap in there. That one penny gap. Don't see that very often. We were crawling all over this Bollinger Band on the way up here, and obviously with low volume, we're not going to be able to see explosive price movement upwards. Do note the sell side of this bid and ask is actually very, very shallow in contrast to the buy side. Look at the buy side that we've got going on here for the order book in contrast to the sell side. Much greater amounts of volume for buys. All right, let me head back to the back of the big tramp here. For some reason or another, I'm starting to regain my voice. I don't know why that would be the case. It's just suddenly coming back. I didn't drink anything while I was on break. I don't know. Albert's working on jokes early this morning. He says, is the CDO of the order book Mork Orderberg? It's way too early for that, sir. Rex, Pirate, good to see you again this morning.
Good morning.
Pirate, I got to let you know, my wife walked in, and one of the very first things that she said was, I love that guy that came on and said he wasn't sure which side he wanted, if he wanted to do good or evil today. She didn't say it quite like that, but I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, I knew I liked her.
She's like, I appreciate people like that. She said she was driving home kind of feeling the same way after her night of work last night. And so, I guess you brought a smile to her face, so that's good. Bringing smiles to faces you didn't even know.
Some of us are just honest about it. Yeah, we're just more honest about it than others. I'm sure that we're not the only ones that feel that way. We're just willing to put it out there.
That's right. That's honesty is a good thing. Right, Ken Griffin? Oh wait, he's not here to defend himself. That's not fair. I'm sure he would be saying yes. Let me check and see if we've got any new updates from Adam Aaron this morning. No new posts from Adam. Oh, wait. We do. 58 minutes ago, he posted a new tweet out. He said, look at the giant images on London's Odeon Lux Leicester Square Cinema. The home is about this home to about 1,000 movie premieres since opening in 1937 is arguably Europe's most prestigious movie theater. Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, will play at all European theaters. Starts October 13th. Also, I want to make a slight mention to the fact that somebody had posted, I think it was Soika, had posted this, at least that's where I saw it. Actually, I saw it from Valentine Fierro, who put this up there and said, crazy glad you're getting the word out. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I got the word out, but Soika said, hedge funds took over Cineworld through bankruptcy court and stole it from all the shareholders. AMC, they had the same plan for us. Cineworld is owned by the enemy of the people. 1% are owned and controlled. To which Cineworld, somebody posted a post to Cineworld asking like if they were going to have the Eras Tour. It was Samuel apparently posted, were they going to have the Eras Tour in their movie theaters? To which the response from Cineworld was, "Hi Samuel, unfortunately we were not able to reach a commercial agreement with the distributor of Taylor Swift, the Eras Tour, and therefore will not be showing this at Cineworld cinemas." I think that's very kind of interesting due to the fact that I don't know. I'm kind of curious. I would like to hear AMC's side to this. I would like to see if I had to guess, Cineworld probably didn't want to charge the prices for the seats that they were probably getting asked to charge. What was it? $13.13 for kids and $19.86 for adults or something like that. My guess, that would be my guess is I don't know, but who knows? Who knows why they were unable to reach an agreement? But it doesn't seem like anybody else has had a problem. So why Cineworld specifically? Who knows? Everybody else is okay with the agreement, but not Cineworld. I have a hard time believing that AMC is the responsible party for that, but it could be. I don't want to completely take that out of the equation. Cineworld is owned by Darth Vader. Mike says AMC was like, Cineworld, can we buy you? Then they said no. Then Cineworld was like, let us make money off Taylor Swift, and AMC was like, no thanks. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I don't know. Dario D says Ken threatened him with a bedpost. He gave him only the tip. Bigums is saying this is great because now in the puke they'll pile into Odeon's and Regal will still pay the fee here. Biggins was saying that this might now cause a $1 billion globally. That would be one hell of a marker to hit. Yeah, the unfortunate thing, Mike, is that even though institutions may own 100% of the float, there is no. If they did indeed declare bankruptcy, then it should be owned by the creditors at this point. So, and who knows who that is exactly, but if that's the case, they probably want, my guess is they probably don't want AMC to buy it. So they'll probably try and keep them in business without actually selling off any pieces of the company, which will end up, they'll end up taking losses on it. Corey says the bonds in my IRA are about 50% down. I imagine bonds are going to tank. They always do. They always tank before the big recession hits. I'm checking them out right now on a 1-minute scale. Nothing crazy happening right this second. We got about 8 more minutes here before we take a look at the numbers. Roseanne says, "What is the date for the reported earnings?" They announced it not too long ago in the. I think they announced it in the proxy release. I'm not sure the date. Give me just a second here while I look it up. I do not see. Give me 1 second. I'm looking. September 25th was supposed to be the record date for shareholders. November 8th. Let's see here. We cordially invite you to attend the annual meeting of stockholders of AMC Entertainment Holdings, which will be held on November 8th at 1:00 p.m. It's like literally the very first. I don't know. I skipped. It was so early on in the last most previous filing by AMC, the pre-14A, that it's literally in the first sentence of the thing, and that's how I skipped over it. Nick says, what's the total failure to delivers? The total amount reported that we have most recent recorded. Give me 1 second. I'll tell you. So you can't see this is the problem. You're gonna take this number and you're gonna run with it, and this is not how you should be looking at the numbers. But the most previous reported amount was on the 31st reported, and it was 130,000 in failure to delivers. But that's obviously not. That's almost a month's worth of data behind. So I would highly advise you to reconsider how you're looking at reported numbers. It's much more complex than just looking at what's currently being reported because it's old information. Recession should force shorts to close their positions, which for AMC would be good. Yes, I agree. Currently, we're up 8.07. Up 2.02% for the day. Up to 807. We got better buying volume than selling volume, inflow versus outflow. Yeah. So Albert, in regards to that though, like the big crash is not actually going to be the margin calls would happen after you saw some kind of big move in the market, but the big crash would come after the payouts, right? Because they have to sell off their positions in the marketplace, and then when they're selling off their positions, that's a portion of it. The problem is that you see the money just kind of disappear out of the market as positions are being paid off, and that money I expect majority of that money to just kind of disappear out of the marketplace, and that's when you'll likely see a massive redistribution of positions market wide, which means people will be accepting and realizing losses, and that's when you'll start seeing even more downwards pressure. So I think the real recession begins after. If you go back and you look at Volkswagen, for example, in 2008, Volkswagen took off before the biggest drops in the market. So, and that's when you have to ask yourself, okay, well, because Volkswagen wasn't here in the United States, but I don't want to make the assumption that, or I'm not trying to insinuate that the money in leaving the marketplace in Europe and Germany specifically was a cause for why you saw market failures. There was way more than that involved, but it certainly didn't help. Tony says, rather than looking at failure to delivers, is it better to watch the number of shares shorted rising without significant drops in price, since they're borrowing shares to deliver failure to delivers? I think the best way to watch it is to watch the total amount of shares that are being short exempted on a daily basis, and then compare that to what is being returned. So watching CHX exchange and comparing that to what's been trades that have been completed with short exempt volume. short exempt positions. That's a much better way to watch it. And then, if you wanted to watch how many shares were available to borrow, you'd know probably what they're getting ready for. Mike says, are they dropping gold prices to close short positions and prep for a big run up? No, I don't think so. Tony says, since reverse split and conversion, shorted shares has risen by 10 million or so. I'd have to go back and look at the numbers to tell for sure. It sounds like it's probably about right. Real Rugged says Gary Gentler is testifying before the House Financial Services Committee in case anyone enjoys gratifying themselves to limp wrist, effeminate, fake defenders of retail investors. Should we watch it? Was that on my list today? Hold on a second. I think that might have gotten past me. I see that Powell's supposed to be speaking tomorrow, but I do not see anything on... Yeah, today's Wednesday. I don't see anything on for Wednesday. Tech We Love says, some might not agree, but I've always been in favor of AMC creating a donation button on their website to help with revenue pitfalls because then nearly 100% of the proceeds save the company. It would be, yeah, it's probably not a bad idea. The one thing that I would probably stipulate is maybe they could do like a save our company foundation, where I'm specifically thinking of like zoos or places. Actually, I'm just thinking of zoos. I can think of the San Diego Zoo where they have these bricks that are there for people who donated money towards saving of the zoo. Those donations, each person got like a name on a brick somewhere that was placed up someplace to build a portion of the zoo. So that would be kind of cool if they did something like that, where like X amount of donation gets you some kind of brick or something, where they had some way to.
KC.
Yeah.
KC. Hi, it's Gary. Just to let you know, just another reminder, you can catch me over at 10 o'clock Eastern Time, which is actually right now. Raising my right hand, I'm going to testify on behalf of all my favorite retail investors.
All right. We'll go check. We'll go. I mean, it's time for numbers, but I'll pull it up.
Okay.
I'll pull it up,
I'm passive.
Gary.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah, Gary, I'll pull you up here. I'll tell you what I'll do in the meantime. Wait. Next time when you coming in, Gary, you gotta let me know, because I have I do have a little special. Oops, that's not it. It's this one. There we go. I have a good old Gazer Beam Gary. Thank you for joining us, Gazer Beam Gary. It's a pleasure to see you this morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, go testify. Get it on.
I don't know why, but in my mind's eye, I see him blowing us a kiss as he leaves. We'll catch up to you later, Gary.
Yep. Patriot, I have not.
The donation thing.
Yeah.
It made me think about what if it was like a foundation to donate money for them to like purchase tickets for kids that can't afford it or something like that,
Oh, another good idea. Yeah. Like your donation can do two things, right? Like give a child a ticket and also help pay down the debt. A dual donation. A DD. A dual donation. It's DD. Give him the double D. Yeah, I mean, it could work. You never know. All right, let's do numbers.
I toyed with the idea that, pardon me, I toyed with the idea that Adam Aaron could sell naming rights to the theaters, much in the same fashion that they do stadiums.
Now that's an idea.
You guys
It'll always be AMC, but you could have corporate sponsors name the theater after themselves.
I will, yeah, it's actually kind of a cool idea. Corporate sponsors with a name on a theater. I mean, we did it with baseball fields and football.
They sell stadiums. Yeah, they sell Riverfront Stadium in Cincinnati, and well, all across the nation, it's common practice for them to raise vast sums of money by selling the naming right.
That always just
thought, it's much smaller scale and on a more intimate basis with the community, but it's an idea.
It always used to piss me off though when because I was a big fan of the Jack Murphy Stadium, which doesn't even exist anymore. But I was a big fan of the Jack Murphy Stadium, and then they renamed it to the Qualcomm Stadium, and it really pissed me off as knowing that my childhood memory of a name for a stadium went away because of a company coming in and purchasing that name, and I was like, you're steeped in tradition and heritage of the what the game came from, right? And now all of a sudden you want to just like sell out to corporations, and I'm like, that just used to make me so angry. So part of me is like, yeah, that's an awesome idea, but at the same time though, I go like, I don't want to be a sellout. I don't know. I have mixed emotions about that. So, but this, hello, Joel says sponsor a seat or a seat timeshare. Yeah, that would be kind of a cool thing to see. Your name on a seat specifically. That'd be really cool. Let's do it. Let's do numbers. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal questions, thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that again. And two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. If your broker allows you to sign up with a secondary device, not a bad idea in case something happens to your primary. All right, let's take a look at what we got going on. Starting with price prediction tally points. This is not meant as financial advice. It's just simply a couple apes who are trying to figure out what we think price is going to get to within the $3 range every single day. Eric was only, I think, 3 pennies off from his price prediction yesterday. As a result, he ended up getting some bonus points. And so he's leading the group right now with his bonus. And then we've got price predictions for today. I've got 625 to 925. Eric's staying with the 644 to 944. Apex has 651 to 951. And TB has 613 to 913. Taking a look at short exempt volume yesterday was 121.6 thousand shares. That's kind of low, considering the fact that our volume was up yesterday, and seeing that as low as it was, it could partially explain why. Actually, it was just low. I don't know. As long as it's over 100,000 shares, I'm happy though. Utilization was very marginally up to 55.58%. Day-over-day price increase was a decrease yesterday of 2.83%, and I forgot to change the 1 of 3 because that no longer counts. And taking a look at Max Payne, it is $8. It stayed that. It started out the week at 8, still is 8. Off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange, and EDGX be between 10 and 11%. We currently have off exchange at 59.04 and EDGX at 9.85. Both the combined of the two, it's 68.89%, or about 14.89% higher than it should be by this time of the day. So a lot of price discovery currently being kind of hidden by those exchanges. 0 shares going through CHX so far this morning on AMC. GME CHX volume for the day today, 0 shares. Kind of interesting to see both of those with nothing. Taking a look at what's next. Institutional ownership. Earlier this morning, we saw it at 154.053 million shares, and it's still the same. Obviously, the numbers have not been accounted for a reverse split yet. Probably not until next month. And taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far this morning, coming in at an $8 strike. That's 50 cents down from where we ended the day yesterday. And currently there's 3.4 thousand contracts. I think that's actually a very standard amount of volume. Holy moly, look at those puts. There's like nothing in puts right now. It is super shallow. The highest amount of volume at a $7.50 strike, which is 50 cents lower than what it was yesterday. Somebody is not very firm on believing this is going to be heading down, as there's not a whole lot of potential for making money on the put side here today, at least showing. 959 I'm just going to put 1,000 contracts so far in volume for the day today at a $7.50 strike. Remember, volume can be on both the buy and sell side of this. It could be that those are all sell volume. If so, it would be very bullish. Call and put volume, however, is kind of suggesting a closing between $7.50 and $8 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at, actually, 1 second, I'm going to move one more screen over. Yields are heading up right now. And so, and that's obviously going to affect the MMRI. I'm going to try and start showing you guys this on more. I'm going to make this try to make this a part of my regular showing to you guys. And you can see here that MMRI right now is just a little over 300. So it is rising again. Obviously, part of that is due to the fact that yields are heading back up very fractionally. And let's see here. We'll put that page right there. Let's check out Ortex and see what we got going on here so far for the day today. So far, 4.09 million shares haven't been borrowed. Quite a few shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 12%. Cost per hour ends at 1.9, average is 3.04, and max is 4.33. Utilization day over day did slightly increase, very, very, very slightly. We went from approximately 55.3% to 55.58%. On loan amount increased day over day by 1.18 million shares from 26.16 million to 27.34 million shares. This is the interesting thing here that you're. I'm just going to try and make this as easy as possible to understand. And try and be brief about this. The estimate, we had the exchange reported short interest reporting come in for the 15th of September. And the short interest that was open was a little bit lower than what it was previously reported. It was 23.21 million as of the end of August. Middle of September, it was 22.15. So just a little over a million shares closed out in short interest in that 15 days. The difference between this is that Ortex was estimating, they underestimated at the end of August, and so to account for that, they adjusted their estimates up and went too far. And you can see, but at least it's within their range of margin of error, which is the cloud that you see around the actual solid green line. So they're within their margin of error again, so that's good. But you can see that they've made a correction for that by day over day reporting a much different value in estimated short interest that's currently open. So that's gone down a little bit. So as a result, the estimated short share interest of the free float percentage is going to be dropping day over day instead of going up when on loan amount went up. So, and it dropped from 12.53 down to 11.2, which Ortex is estimating about 2.63 million shares were reported as being closed out in short interest as an estimate. On loan average age per day did slightly decrease with those new loan shares from 9.18 down to 9.04. And security lending volume was slightly up day over day from approximately 5.68 to 6.47. SSR trigger price for the day is at $7.12. Shares available to borrow. Earlier this morning, they had borrowed about 1.7 million shares, returned almost all of the shares that they did borrow, and then borrowed another 700,000. Actually, it's 800,000 shares since on top of the 1.7 already. So that's going to give us 800,000? 2.5 million shares borrowed for the day. I think yesterday it was about 2.3, so we're already on a more aggressive borrowing rate. Do note that they did borrow all of the ETFs this morning and then returned them already. Fees are currently showing at 2.5%. We have 120.3 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 5.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. 40.5 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 24.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Orders by Fidelity customers. Let's see if AMC or GME made the list today. AMC is on the list here. We have a 68.6% buy to 31.4% sell ratio. GME is not on the list, likely due to low volume. But we have low volume too, and we're still up here. Let's see here. So far for the day-to-day, the markets... NASDAQ is showing up 0.05, Dow Jones down 0.11, and the SP 500 is up 0.05. We have 4,045 advancers to 1,979 decliners. The market is currently cooking with bacon grease because it is looking hot and tasty and tempting right now. I find it very, very odd with that many advancers that we have such low percentages up for the markets right now. In fact, even with the Dow Jones being down 0.13, which kind of tells me that there's likely a lot of large caps. A lot of large caps are probably down right now. Perhaps some of the blue chips and large caps are not doing so hot. It's this is not a sign for a good day for the end of the day today. If what I was saying earlier was correct, in regards to seeing an initial bump up this morning, followed by a crash in the afternoon, this is certainly a good sign for that to be correct, because this does not look like strength right now. Taking a look at big banks for the day, let's see what we got moving here. Plus or minus 2.75% or greater, we have FRC down 6.67%. And let's see if there's anything else that meets that criteria. Definitely a lot of red and green. It's kind of mixed right now on the banks, but nothing else meeting the criteria to be able to be called off. Ethereum Classic is up 2.64% for the day, getting a good spike upwards and finding a top around 15.7 and then starting to trend down right now. US dollar is currently up 0.34 and breaking above... I don't know if this is this a parallel channel that I got? Yeah, it is a parallel channel. It hasn't broken above it just yet, but it's wanting to break above this ascending parallel channel here, and it's a very long held channel. Very, very, very uncommon to see that happen. I don't feel like very often do you see a trend like that broken. Yeah, that is. That's an extremely aggressive signal right there to see that broken. in that direction. Oil is currently up 2.88 and still trending up, but it looks like it wants to try to break that trend. Mortgage-backed securities are down 0.01 and trending down, anywhere from 0.01 to 0.05 and trending down. SPY is down, or is up 0.03 but trending down. VIX is currently down 0.95 and trending up. Let's see what's trending up currently. Had an initial open down and broke below this. This is not a parallel channel. This was a wedge that I had drawn up here, and it looks like it did break that wedge a little bit, but wants to continue to climb after the open below the wedge. VBR is up 0.73 and trending up slightly. VB is up 0.85, trending up. Tesla is down 0.66, trending down. Amazon is down 0.99 and trending down. Looks like it's trying to make a reversal. Cinemark is down 1.03 and trending down. Doge is up 0.21 and trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.85 and making a beeline down as well. GME is up 0.4. It looks like we got our bull trap in for sure. GME is up 0.36 and kind of consolidating a little bit over the last since close yesterday. But it's currently in a downtrend. HYMC is up 0.5 and slightly trending down. NCMI is down 0.15, trending down. Hood is up 1.47 and consolidating. AMC is down 0.48. And actually, based off of the data that I see here, I think we're really kind of consolidating and just getting some spikes up and down for the most part, but consolidating around probably very close to what we had for probably around 793, around there, 792, 793. So far for the day today, we have approximately $1.7 million more inflow than outflow. 3.55 million shares traded so far. After 51 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace for 27.14 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I said somewhere between 10 to 30 million and had I felt like there was a strong chance we see even less than 10 million, but was unwilling to change my prediction lower than that. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.67, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. What appears to be a divergence in the vortex indicator that's going to occur within the next hour. RSI is at 44.71, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.71. There's a lot of whipsaw in here, which means that there's a lot of crossovers in buying and selling pressure. All the way back to almost market open this morning, and on a 30-minute interval, what that kind of tells me is that from any given 30-minute to an hour-long period of time, we're seeing these swings in either direction on price. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.74, which is slightly below average. And on a 1-hour time interval for Ichimoto, the key numbers that we're looking to hit for the day today to turn this into a buy signal is 845. Lagging line is below price line. Conversion's below base. We would have to see an 845 price to get this back up into a buy signal here. So we're kind of in about a 48-hour period downtrend. So notice right here that this is about almost a 48-hour period. Not quite. We'll just call it 2 trading days, because if I were to move this back a little bit, it'd be about 2 trading days. So that's why I'm calling it 48-hour period. We're in a 2-day trend down. You can see that we started that trend down starting at around 11:30, or you could even say that we started the trend and met the requirements for being down by 14:30 yesterday. So I'm thinking by 14:30 tomorrow, we could see the initial break to the top side, or breaking above some of this price territory and making it back above 810 or higher. But I think there will be this downtrend that we're going to have over that period of time until then. But yeah, 845 is what we need to see for a big strong push on a 4-hour chart. This is what kind of confirms as well for me about that statement that I just made about 1400 hours tomorrow or 1430 thereabouts. You can see that tomorrow some of the thinnest portion of the cloud is forming on the 4-hour chart for Ichimoto. The lagging line is below price line. Conversion is currently above the baseline, which is a good thing. The only thing we're missing right now is getting this lagging line above price line, which by tomorrow this time would be around $8.35. We would be above the cloud at $8.35, and conversion would still be above the base. I think there's a very strong possibility that by midday tomorrow, well, I guess let's see, 1430 is really around end of the day. So end of the day tomorrow, we should see price moving into that like 830 plus, 840 plus range. And we could be seeing some newer highs being set from what we had previously at 931. Very, very strong inclination towards a move upwards at the end of the day tomorrow. Currently, we're breaking even for the day today at $7.91. And with that, I yield my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let's see here. Yeah, I think today's going to be a pretty low volume day. The Itchy Mojo. Frank says Itchy Mofo?
How dare you?
It's supposed to be Itchy Booger. Itchy Moko? Mochu? I don't know. Hey, Tim, we were... this sounds like a joke. Tim, we were talking to your mom last night. It's not meant to be a joke. We were literally talking to your mom last night in the back of the Big Tramp.
Prepare to defend yourself, bro.
I know, right? It's like I don't mean it offensively. I know it sounds offensive, but we were talking to your mom last night in the back of the Big Tramp. It was good.
Fired.
It was good to hear her voice. I haven't talked to her in a while, and it was good to hear her. She's doing well. It does sound so bad.
It's just so very wrong.
Yeah, this is this is what happens when you bring your parents into the picture. There's so many things I could say right now. It was good to hear her. I was glad. It was fun to talk to her. It sounds like she's doing well. She's working hard. I can tell you that.
We almost made it. We almost made it an hour. We almost made it an hour. We were 3 minutes short of 1 hour before the mom joke started.
She was working hard. She couldn't talk the whole time. She had to keep putting the phone on or the Discord on mute. Yeah, Dario says, Casey, can you explain the yield inversion thing again when you get a chance and how you can see that a recession is on the horizon? I'll take you. I can. Very briefly. I'll just pull up. You can do this on for yourself if you want to. You can pull it up if you have the ability to be able to pull up two different charts on TradingView. What you do is you pull up both the US. It's actually US02Y, which is going to be the 2-year yield, the bonds for the 2-year yields, and then the 10-year. And historically speaking, that's a very commonly watched pairing. And the 2-year yield is supposed to be below the 10-year. The 10-year is supposed to have a better yield, which is where we were. We didn't have our inversion. You can see how below the 2-year yield was compared to the 10-year back in anywhere from January of 20, which is COVID hitting. We saw this big inversion, or not inversion, but not inverted, and then we became inverted probably right around here. Would have been in July of 2022, which is ironically not too far off. It's only about 6 months ahead of or after we started seeing the high in the marketplace. I think it was that would have been about maybe actually might have been a year after we saw the high. And so we saw this inversion of the 2-year. What I could do is I can add one more piece to this so you can see what this looks like in contrast to where price movement is of, say, for example, like the Dow Jones. Let me see here. 1 second. Let me pull up. Yeah, I'll pull up DJI on this. I want to put up new price scale because I want this to be separate. All right. So I'm actually going to churn this into a candle chart, just so you can tell that where price movement's at in the marketplace. So here you can see as I take these yields and I come on, move. As I put these in here, you can see here was our top on the market for the Dow Jones happening, and you can see the narrowing of the yields occurring as the market started heading down. And we got the crossover right here, and the market started to try to make a recovery, but never actually did. And the yields still managed to separate further and further and further as we moved up here, and never actually found a recovery where they weren't inverted. Now, if we go back in time to the last known place where we saw a yield inversion, which would have been just prior to the housing market crash. And let me change this. Get back here. So here you have the yields being right side up. You see price movement increasing in the marketplace, and you see the yields starting to invert leading up to the top. And then before the market actually starts into a recession, the yields go back to not inverted. And then you see the big move down in price. So that's what we need to see have happen. The interesting thing is that if you go back historically and you look at the yields, and we can only go back to, I think, the 80s on the bond yields. If we go back into the 80s, here's like 89. If you go back to the 2000 time frame, which is right here, the .com bubble, again, yield inversion occurred here. Actually kind of occurred a little bit beforehand too, but not quite. It was almost on top of each other. Real inversion occurred here, which was dang near the top. And then it was only that way for, let's see, February to December of 2000 to December of 2000. And after they went back to right side, back to normal, where they weren't inverted any longer, you saw price start moving down quite a bit. So hopefully you're seeing a pattern here where yields tend to invert prior to the major recession, and then they cross over. They cross back over to being not inverted for the major dumps. So I'm actually expecting the 2-year yield, and also, like I said, we've never seen yields this inverted before. Never. In all the years of recording bond history, yield history, starting back in 88. We have never seen an inversion like this before. Never. Which means that we're currently facing something that we have never, ever, ever seen. Which, this is where you could probably blame me for being doom and gloom. But this is quite literally something that we have never seen. And when this does go back to normal, I have no. My guess is as good as yours as to what might happen. Yeah, you can see it. The way that I have this right now, you can see it's already. You can see the 2 years starting to peel over, starting to head back down, while the 10 years still heading up. Let's hope. I kind of hope that this is going to just continue to drop like a rock, and that it's going to be really quickly crossing over. And the reason I hope that is because that means we can get this. The sooner this happens, the faster we can get to a recovery in the market, and it not take 8 to 10 years, which I really don't think that there's any way it won't take 8 to 10 years. Dude, Albert Connery is my favorite too. Although I do like, oh gosh, man, I always forget his name. Connery's my first, I think. Hold on a second. My second favorite is, why is he not up here? Oh, Roger Moore. Roger Moore is my second favorite. Sometimes I go back and forth. It just depends. Sometimes I like Roger Moore than Connery, but Connery was really good too.
Yeah, Sean Connery will always be the Bond for me.
UPS delivery guy says your Sunday dump of crypto might just be happening today. I believe last time you were about 5 days off. Yeah, I really expected it to happen this weekend. I was really surprised to not see. I mean, there was a dump, but it wasn't anything like what I was anticipating on the weekend. So, because if I pull up a 1 hour, if I pull up a 4 hour chart for you here, you can see that there. Well, let's go to 1 hour. 1 hour probably showed a little bit better. There was definitely a dump this weekend. It just wasn't nearly as much as I would have anticipated. It wasn't quick. It wasn't as quick as I thought it would be. But there was definitely this dumping in here. I thought it would be much more drastic. Dynamite says, so not Timothy Dalton? No. You know who the worst was? Hold on a second. I'm going to come up with the name here. You know, Pierce Brosnan gets third for me, by the way. I will always be a fan of Pierce Brosnan. Timothy Dalton. Yeah, I think Timothy Dalton was the worst. In fact, I think he was so bad that I refused to go watch the movie. Because if I'm not mistaken...
How dare you?
If I'm not mistaken, the one that he starred in had Robert Duvall, who was friends with my dad. Robert Duvall, I think, was the villain in the Timothy Dalton one, and I was just like, yeah. Daniel Craig hasn't been mentioned probably because he wasn't really Bond. I absolutely despised Daniel Craig to start off with. Not as much as Timothy Dalton, but almost as much. And he kind of grew on me over time. I never really, to be honest, he looks like my cousin Nathan. He looks exactly like my cousin Nathan. In fact, I could see my cousin looking just like him when he's older. And so it was weird to think of like my cousin as being James Bond, and I had a problem with that. It's it's weird if you grew up with somebody and they don't remind you of Bond. It's just different. No, man, I got full love for Nate, man. Nate was one of my favorite cousins. No offense to any of my other cousins that may ever hear this in the future. Nate was definitely my favorite. We roomed together his freshman year of college. My sophomore year, we roomed together in college.
This is Pirate, and we struggled with a similar thing when it came to naming our two boys. We both compiled a short list of names we liked, and then we had the power of veto over each other's list, of course. But the common litmus test was, no, I knew somebody by that name, and they were an asshole.
Yeah.
John. No faster way to pare down.
John is the name for me right now. One of my I don't know what the deal is right now, but it seems like my daughter, one of the daughters will come home and she constantly talks about John. And I'm like, how many, like, I'm like, John, your ex-boyfriend? She goes, no, this other John. I go, John from your math class? No, another John. Every single guy she goes to school with right now seems to be John. I don't know what it is. It seems like let's see, what year was she born? She was born in 2008. 8, 9, 10, yeah. She was born in 2008, so I don't know what the hell happened, but everybody's decided that they were going to start naming their kids John I'm going to look it up here. I'm going to see what popular names were in 2008. But apparently all these dudes are assholes. So now I have this I cringe when I hear the name John. No offense, but 2008 most popular baby names. Watch John be in the top 5, almost guaranteed. Let's see here. For boys, actually it's not. It's not up there. John does not hit the list until, this is really weird then. Why does she go to school with so many Johns? It's actually 44th for boys' names. I have no idea why. It doesn't make any sense to me why she has so many Johns in her school. Maybe she means something different when she says John. Maybe she's referencing like he's a boy. I don't know. Everybody's John. Number 1 for that year was hold on a second. Aiden. Then Jaden. Then Ethan, then Jacob, then Caden, then Jackson, then Noah, then Jack, then Logan, then Matthew.
Interesting. But no John.
No John. Ryan was 12th because, Ryan Reynolds, he was probably pretty hot back in 2008. Maybe? I don't know. I'm kind of curious why Aiden, number 1. Guess the number 1 girl's name in 2008. Think Harry Potter.
Hermione.
Really?
No, not Hermione.
No, that'd be rough, right?
You're close. You're very close. You're almost burning on fire close. Yep. Dynamite got it. Emma.
Yeah, the actress.
2008. Most popular female name. Dumbledore. Yes. Most popular female name in 2008. Dumbledore. That's correct. That's so terrible.
Well, I think names really do have a big impact on people.
Oh, I am fully in belief of that. I think it makes or breaks a person almost in life.
Yeah.
You know, I do. I obviously, I think that, you know, there's a lot of other factors involved too, but I do believe that very heavily names make a difference.
Yep.
Oh, Lois says, apparently you didn't watch Sex in the City if you don't know why Aiden was a popular name. Yeah, that would definitely be the case.
Oh, and I was trying to skew the poll. I have a uncle named John, and for whatever reason, fits the stereotype of what she's describing.
Oh man, every single day.
I've tried to love on him so much, but he's just the most ordinary of all of them. So
she's always getting dicked over by Johns. I'm just like, why is it always a John? It's like every single dang time. It's like she knows like 18 of them. It's crazy.
You should ask him, does it matter how it's spelled, or is it all the same?
I should ask her. I never thought about that.
J-O-N or J-O-H-N?
I'm gonna ask her. I will ask her that.
Because he's J-O-N, and I'm curious. If I was named John, I would rather it be J-O-H-N.
If I was named John, I'd probably pick to be called after my middle name. There's like probably 8 or 9 Johns listening, going like, "You asshole." Is there? I never even considered this before, but you know how like Richard's got like a side name of like Dick. And what's the other one? There's another one. There's another one. Shoot, I can't remember what the other one is. Oh, Michael's like Michael's Mike. That's kind of normal. But there's another one. I can't remember what the other one is. Does John have anything like that? Is it Jay? Do people just sometimes call him Jay? Maybe.
Jack. It's Jack.
Jack and what? Jack and John. Like people call John's
John
Jack.
Kennedy, John Kennedy was called Jack. A lot of Johns go by the name of Jack.
What is up with that? I think it's because they probably get hate on their name. They're like, I don't want to be a John anymore because everybody treats me like crap. So I'm gonna be it's name dysphoria.
Yeah,
I'm not really educated in the whole Catholicism, the doctrines of Catholicism. I'm quite certain that they have a rule that says you have to name all of your children straight from the Bible. It seems like there's no shortage of Michael's and Mary's Catholic families.
John's a short name for Johnson. I'm sure that's got something to do with it.
Big Johnson.
You want to know this? I was thinking, but you're talking about the crapper. Sir John Harrington was the inventor of the forerunner of the first flushing toilet.
Tony says, why is it not Thorny? And I'll tell you what, I actually had an Uncle Thorny. Thorny. Uncle Thorny. And I didn't know this about him, but apparently they used to call him Horny Thorny. Which I thought was... I wish I would have known that before he passed away. I would have probably loved to have called him that at least once to see how fast I'd have to run.
Worst things a guy could be called, I guess.
Well, can you imagine this? The toilet is called a John to honor John Harrington. That's like the worst way to show honor to the guy that invented the toilet.
And I think it's ironic that it's John the Crapper, but it's way better to say Jack the Crapper. Jack Crapper sounds more, it flows better. Oh man, I'm here all day.
It was named after my father. Back in the old days when you just had a landline, people would call up and they'd ask for us by our name, and people would say, let's just say my name was Bob. It's not, but they would say, do you want Little Bob or Big Bob?
Yeah, Amanda.
And I remember being so ever thankful. I remember being so very thankful that my dad's name wasn't Dick.
Amanda and Dakota's True Love said, Casey, another one is William, but that's the one I was trying to think of, William and Bill. Like, why the hell, where does that come from? Like, how in the hell did they go, oh, your name's William? We'll just call you Bill. How does that happen? I don't get it. I understand the whole Dick thing. Like, somebody calls him Dick, and you're like, nah, I'd rather go by Richard. I get that. And I actually, Wes says, I know a dude named Richard Enter, but he goes by Dick Enter. Get out of here. I don't believe it. Dick Enter. All right. You tell that one. But
I can understand Margaret for Maggie, but how did they get Peggy? I knew a couple of girls named Margaret that they called Peggy, and I never understood that one either.
Yeah. I don't get these things. Don't make much sense to me. All right, I'll tell you what, West. I'll believe you if you believe me. And I had a teacher whose name was Miss Head, and she swore up and down that her husband's name was Richard. And the funny thing is that she was our computer. Gosh, what was that class called? I think it was just called computers. It was a weird name for a class, but. She was the teacher that taught us programming on DOS, and she was like, she had no sense of humor whatsoever, like zero sense of humor. I mean, if you can imagine, you know that FTX girl, what was her name again? SBF's girlfriend, what was her name? I can't remember her name. It reminded she almost looked just like her, even except for she had red hair. But Miss had no sense of humor whatsoever. And one day, I was talking to her and I said something about like I don't remember what I said. Caroline, yeah, that's it. I asked her. I said something about like what's something about name or something like that, and she's like, oh, my husband's name's Richard, and I put two and two together before anybody else in the classroom did. And I was like, wait a minute, your husband's name is you know how I do that when people are talking, they just say something and I stop them mid-sentence. I'm like, no, wait a minute. We got to talk about this. I had stopped her and I said, wait a minute, you're telling me your husband's name is Richard? And she starts giggling. I have never heard her giggle ever in my entire life. I have never heard this woman giggle. She did not have a funny bone in her. She starts giggling and she goes, yes, it's definitely Richard. I thought that was the funniest thing ever. And it was like 2 to 3 seconds later, and the rest of the class just started laughing because I think everybody started finally picking up on why that was funny.
We had a teacher. He also worked as a football coach in high school, and his name was Bates, Mr. Bates. You can imagine.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible. It's just absolutely terrible. That's when you just go get your name changed. You're like, thanks parents. I'm glad you hate me. I'm changing my name.
Yeah. They could do it. It's a couple things. She could change her last name, and he could change his first name.
I think
what I would do.
I think you could really just change just the last name and be okay.
No, I get it, but it's a teamwork thing,
Because even Miss Head is not all that appealing. I'm sure for her. And if you want to look it up, I went to Grossmont High School in 1990. From 1990 to 1994, you can look her up, Miss Head. I guarantee you find her.
But then I would throw that in there. I'd be like, I'll offer to change my name if you change your name. And then if she wants to take it off the table, we'll just change her name.
Where's Mike Hunt? You know where it's at, Patriot. It's where the sun doesn't shine.
Back in the 90s, when the Navy went through their tailhook issues, the most senior admiral, his name was Richard Dunleavy, and he used to always sign his correspondence, "Keep stroking Dick."
Get out of here. There's that's like hot Koch, It's like one of those things where it's like you can't. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. That's just crazy.
You could look Look it up online. He was a 3-star admiral, Oppo 5 for the Navy.
You
They
know,
dropped him down to a 1-star.
that's just a power move. That's all it is. Like, you just want people to call you something that they're not supposed to, and it's just a total power move.
The dude. Everyone loved the guy because he did stuff like that. He was hilarious. His one of his sons was in my sister's squadron, who ended up becoming a Blue Angel, Mark Dunleavy.
You know,
But
it pisses
great
me
guy.
off that some people can do that. They can get away with that because I'm the kind of I guarantee you guys, like in person, I'm the kind of person where when I try to pull that kind of stuff off, everybody cringes and goes like, "Oh, that's such poor taste," you know. But then there's you always find there's those people out there that can pull that crap off, and I'm sitting there going like, "I hate you," because I envy them so much. I want to be them so bad that I can just make funny jokes and that are distasteful, and everybody laughs and doesn't care that it's not supposed to be said. It's the exact opposite for me.
You can't climb any corporation or military chain without stepping on a few throats on the way up. But some of the guys that do that somehow mask it and make it seem like they're one of the guys.
Mhm.
And I think it was because everyone felt he was one of the guys. But I'm the same way. I couldn't do that either. I've never been that middle guy.
And then tailhook
The guy
happened, like you said. And then tailhook happened.
Yeah. Well, and that was kind of one of the nails in his coffin of look at the way he is, you know. And
Yep.
yeah, it was. There's so much to that story, and I got to see it firsthand with his son being in our sister squadron because he would
Mhm.
tell us everything that was going on.
Yeah, it ends up biting people.
Yep. Keep stroking. Keep stroking. I didn't realize that was Mrs. Leedy last night. I thought that was his wife.
No, that's his mom. You hear that? You hear that, Tim? Even Hayden got a chance to talk to your mom last night.
You weren't alone in that, Hayden. This is Pirate Hayden. I was the same way. I thought they were married as well.
I don't even own a pool.
Tim, poor Tim. We gotta timestamp this. What is this? How long am I into this live stream here? We gotta timestamp this so we can go back and tell him. Is there a way to do that?
I think it's even hilarious.
I'll tell him 3:48. I gotta send him a message. Hold on. I'm gonna send him a message and be like, Tim, you gotta listen 3:48 in the live stream. Give me a second here. I'm gonna send Tim a message. Wait, I clicked on the wrong name. Oh, that is him. Okay.
Do the Beavis voice. Oh, your mom's hot.
All right, there. Did Pirate ask her out for coffee? No, he didn't. Luckily,
Not yet.
Luckily, Fu wasn't there, and Yucca. Oh, Yucca was there, wasn't he? I think he was. Speaking of Yucca, he should be here in about 30 minutes. In case you care too much what others think, you got to not give a shit like me. Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, that doesn't it doesn't really work too well for me. I do care a little too much about what other people think, and that is my demise. You're not the first person to have told me that before. We got about 2 minutes more here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers. Tim's gonna go back and he's gonna go listen. He's gonna be like, he's gonna expect this like long mom joke fest, and it's just gonna be like a quick hit and then run. He's gonna be like, oh, that's all it was.
Tim's not back on.
No, I don't think he's here. I don't know.
Oh, because I was gonna say, it was really odd when she asked me for a buddy pass. I said I didn't know we were buddies. Chicka bow wow.
Oh no. Now I gotta send him another message and be like, wait, make sure you listen 5 minutes.
Where's Yuck? Where's Yuck when I need him to follow up on that one?
I know he's gotta be. He's probably driving right this second. He's probably stopping in. I'm gonna place a bet here. He's pulling in. He's gonna be pissed off that I'm calling him out like this. He's probably pulling in either McDonald's or a coffee station, one of the two, and he's actually ordering something right this minute to pick something up.
Yuck, are you pulling in or are you pulling out? Chicka bow wow.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's not. He's not.
I never pull out.
Oh man. Your one kid says otherwise.
All right, you got me right. You got me red-handed on that one.
Red-handed. Bow wow.
Hey, at least I'm paying you a compliment. I could have said something else.
Just don't talk about my mom.
Oh, just wait. It's coming. Just give us time.
We'll build up to it. We'll build up to it. Yeah, we're getting there. Oh man.
That was perfect.
It's funny that my buddy's AC went out. So they have we have this company in Miami, and you drive on the highway and they have a sign. It says, "Oh, your wife's hot. You better get your AC fixed." So we should change it, and we should send Tim like, "Hey, your mom's hot. You better get your AC fixed."
They have this. This is for real. Where is this?
This is a real thing. Yeah.
And this is in
had
Florida.
Controversy when they first put it out, but it was funny. It's a good ad.
Are you getting hot? This is your mom's exit.
Oh no!
I heard she has good AC. Oh, that is pretty messed up. That's pretty messed up, man. Albert, the Chef Aid album, Hot Lava. I'll check it out. That's so messed up, that sign. I can't even imagine. Tony says, as motivation, Casey, just think more, be more like Pirate and you'll get there. We all have to have our own characters in life. Pirate's Pirate. I'm me, and not every. Can you imagine if everybody was me or everybody was Pirate? It would be boring.
You are
so.
A smelly pirate hooker.
Pirate hooker.
It took me years to learn to be this offensive.
You mean you were more before?
No, I was kinder, more considerate of others. Like I said, as you grow older, you sharpen your.
Come on, man.
Your skills at being an asshole.
I mean, you were in the military. I have a feeling you were worse before. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I try to operate from my default position is it should be funny. I give everyone permission to laugh at everything.
You give everyone the position.
I think the world we live in now everyone looks around to see if it's okay to laugh. We're on that edge of everyone has this need to be offended, so it becomes so trendy to look how offended I am. Aren't you impressed with me? So everyone's afraid to laugh. And I want to go back to a time where the default was automatically you'd laugh at everything.
That is so true, Pirate.
Yeah, I like that. Yep.
I mean, a lot of times people. I mean, I'm not saying everyone should turn into the class clown. You leave that to those of us more starved for attention. But I would say that you have to give people permission to laugh. They take their cues from you. It's difficult in an environment like the digital world because you can't see facial expressions or body language.
So true.
But overall, I think people you got to give people permission to laugh, and
maybe that's why the younger generation loves these cringy things so much, is because then they know it's so over the top cringe that they know it's supposed to be funny, right? Because the social cues are just so bad that they have to have like in your face has to be funny because it's just so horrible. You
I
just
paid you a He-Man birthday cake.
you just gave me some enlightenment as to perhaps maybe why my kids, because I've seen, I've asked my kids, like, oh, what do you think is funny? And so, and I'll look at them and they'll show me like memes of stuff that I just look at and I go like, that's just not funny at all. That's just stupid. And then they go like, yeah, see, you don't get my humor. I'm like, I don't understand it. Like, it's so cringy.
Everyone wants to be part of the herd. Everyone wants to be part of the tribe, and no one wants to be ostracized or pushed out for some misstep or some perceived slight. And it's become more precarious, it seems like. But we would all be better served if we could look for humor first and offensiveness maybe later on.
Yeah, I'm pretty territorial of my humor. I'm like, I'm not really territorial as much about a lot of other things in life, but like, don't touch my humor.
So many people want to tell you you're wrong. A lot like the AMC play. Like, your humor is so wrong. Maybe you're just not good at humor.
No, that can't be the case. No.
Maybe it's a operator error. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe some people just aren't funny. I've said that. It's like my wife will hear me laugh at something like on a serious, comedian, and she'll go, "That's not really funny." I go, "Yeah, you're not really a comedian." No offense.
Well, I would encourage everyone to start out with the first litmus test should be, is the guy trying to make you laugh? Is the guy trying to make you laugh, or is he trying to hurt you? And even if he says something that's hurtful or offensive, if it came from a good place, you almost have to give him a pass just for that.
Yeah, and a good comedian, if he fails on something, they always have the comeback of, "Oh, so this is how we're going to be," or something like that. Good comment. Now, somebody's trying to hurt you, like you said, Pirate. They just sit there and stare at you.
Right.
Kevin Wentz
Are we
says,
friends or foe? That's the first thing you got to determine. Friends or enemies?
Yeah. And sometimes people are too quick to jump into frenemies.
Exactly.
Yeah. Kevin Wentz says, Casey, do you see that algo is still tracking the January 2021 run up cycle? And I've never suggested that before, so I'm not sure why you say, do I see the algo still tracking up to January? I think maybe you may have gotten that from somebody else, because I don't think I have ever suggested any such thing. So I don't think I've ever talked in terms of price movement and where I think it's moving towards and following exactly. There has been there was one occasion where I gave an example of where I've shown like similar patterns to price movement, but it's very, very rare for me to do that. I don't like taking past historical price movements and overlapping them to say like, oh yeah, this is exactly the way that we're trending exactly the same way as it was before, because I think a lot of times there's so many different things that cause variances in price movements that you can't, you're just kind of guessing. So that's not my thing.
Sounds like somebody listening to ants.
I mean, there's several people out there. I mean, Astro did it. TWE does it. In fact, TWE is probably one of the best at doing algo comparisons than anybody else that I've seen out there. So, if there was somebody out there that I was going to follow or listen and watch and say like, oh yeah, he's tracking algo trading patterns and here's similarities that are being found, it would be him. But there's several people who are doing it. I just don't think that I would never trade off of something like that. Yeah. So in regards to the way the wording was a bit off, I meant to ask to see if that it could be. I would not look at any current trading price movements and trying to compare it to like 2021. and suggesting that we're moving in some kind of similar fashion. I would say that there are similar patterns to price movements that happen over time. It's very common for people to say the dip before the rip. That's very common. Double bottoms are very common before. There's a lot of different pattern associations that can be drawn as a conclusion to what price movement looks like before a big move in price. But I wouldn't. We could come out to like a 4-hour time interval or even a daily, and look at this and say like, how does current price movement compare to rips that we've seen from every stock in the marketplace? And there's definitely historical double bottoms and also dips before rips that you end up seeing all over the place. So, I mean, I don't even have to go that far back. I can just go back to right here, and you can see there's a pretty big dip here before a big rip. Then you almost get like a double top, and price comes down further. So, but yeah, I don't know if I would necessarily compare it exactly. This is now the second time today that we've seen price skipping a penny between trades.
A little gap.
We had it once earlier this morning on a run up, and then we just never mind. It just filled the gap. Never mind. We haven't been seeing it's not very often you see these gaps like this. Dude, if I had my kids, I gotta get into the numbers. It's 10 minutes past, but if I had my kids watch Hot Shot Part 2 or Naked Gun, I don't think they would laugh. I don't think their humor is the same as it's not the same. I had them watch oh gosh, just forgot the name of it. Ben Stiller with Army movie. I can't think of what the stupid name of the movie is. It's not really a stupid movie. It's just stupid because I can't remember what the name is. Anyways, I had my mom.
Thunder?
Yeah, Tropic Thunder. I had my mom, and so I had two different generations. I had the older generation and the younger generation watch that movie, and neither one of the two generations thought it was funny at all. Like, I don't think either one. They were both straight faced through the entire thing, quite literally. The difference between my mom, the baby boomer generation, and my son's, whichever generation it is that they're calling it right now, there is a massive, massive difference between their humors and everybody who's in between. Massive difference. So I don't think we could watch something like those movies and have them laugh. All right, I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. It's time to take a look at the numbers. It's past time to take a look at the numbers. So your mom doesn't speak jive. No, I'm not going to be able to see what it is. Actually, she probably could. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, actually, I want to move one more screen. Give me 1 second. I want to put this down to a 1 minute. All right. What am I doing again here? I am moving this. Okay, there we go. Off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% combined between off exchange and EDGX. Right now, we have 60.18% just alone in off exchange. EDGX is sitting at about 9.7%, so combined between the two, 69.88% or 9.88% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 6 shares so far for the day today. GME's CHX volume is 300, so both of those numbers are very low. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there's 4.09 million shares having been returned for the day. That is now 2.56 million. Drastic difference. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to drop to 11.7%. Cost per ends at 1.9. Average is 3.04. Max is 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.34 million shares. That's about 1.18 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. However, Ortex is estimating, due to the new reported amount of short interest on the last or the first 15 days of this month, they're reporting a return of about 2.63 million to account for the drop in short interest that was reported. So about 2.63 less million is what they're estimating day over day. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is sitting at, well, an hour ago it was at $8 strike with 3,500 contracts roughly. And currently it's at $8.50 strike, which is up from the $8 strike. And we have currently 8.5, 5.1 thousand contracts. Kind of low volume on the call side. Actually, that's actually really close to where I would expect it to be. On the put side, it's really low, though. We have at a $7.50 strike. An hour ago, there was 1,000 contracts. There's now 2.6. That's a little low. Market suggesting a closing price between 7.5 and 8.5 by the end of the day. Taking a look at first thing I want to look at this morning. Actually, shoot, I feel like there's like two. I guess this is probably not the screen that I want to show you guys. The one I really want to show you is this one over here. We'll just keep looking at this. MMRI is up higher than what it was an hour ago. It was at 300, just a little over 300 a little while ago. It's now 301.59. I'm going to start tracking this on an hourly basis. Probably not really all that exciting, and when it does start to move, it probably won't move incredible amounts all at once. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two that I'm going to be looking for on this list here. We've got AMC did make the list an hour ago. Still on the list here with a 66.15% buy to 33.85% sell ratio. I do not see GME on the list, likely due to low volume. SSR tripping point price for the day would be at $7.12. Shares available to borrow has been mainly returns in the last hour. Fees currently at 2.4%. NASDAQ is up 0.1. Dow Jones is down 0.18. S&P 500 is down 0.01. We have 3,939 advancers to 2,134 decliners. The market is more declining this hour than it was an hour ago, and not on fire or not cooking with bacon grease like it was. Looks like we may have gotten that bull trap after all. Banks this morning plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We have FRC down 5.56. One of the things I've kind of started to notice a little bit is that we tend to see AMC going up the most, and I watch this, but we tend to see AMC go up the most and banks go down the most when we see FRC and Silvergate up, which I'm not sure why that would be the trend, but it does seem to be the case lately. But taking a look at the rest of the banks here, let's see if there's anything plus or minus 2.75 or greater. And I do not see anything, but there's definitely a mixture of red and green banks this morning. Ethereum Classic is up 1.93 for the day. DXY is up 0.3 and trying to break above the parallel channel that I've got set up here, which is highly abnormal. Oil is up 5.53% for the day and still trending up higher and higher. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.16 to 0.2 and trending down. SPY is down 0.07 and trending down. VIX is currently down 0.58 and trending up. Looks like we were traveling what appeared to be an ascending, almost an ascending parallel channel. Not quite. I didn't have enough touch points to really call it that. But then when it opened up this morning, it opened up down and is still continuing what almost appears like a smaller, but still parallel channel upwards, like a reset just a little bit further down. VBR is up 0.72 and starting to consolidate. VB is up 0.85, consolidating. Tesla is down 0.83 and trending down. Amazon is down 0.98 and trending down. Cinemark is down 0.39 and trending up. Doge is down 0.17 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.11 and consolidating. GME is up 1.25, consolidating. HYMC is up 1.67, starting to trend up. NCMI is breaking even and consolidating. HUD is up 0.79 and trending down, and AMC is up 0.23 and on a very small trend up, but looks like it's trying to break that trend currently. Inflow versus outflow, we have approximately $2.1 million more. It's almost $2.2 million more inflow than outflow. 5.17 million shares traded so far for the day today. After an hour and 10 minutes worth of trading, puts us on a pace for 18.33 million shares traded by the end of the day. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, and suggested to you guys that there's a strong chance that we might actually see something less than 10. On a 4-hour chart, we currently have more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI 48.26, which is average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got a divergence on the vortex indicator currently occurring with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.61, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.16, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with a divergence in the vortex indicator currently occurring in RSI at 47.33, which is slightly below average. Looks like we got some news here. I'm sure it's all positive. Positively negative. AMC price prediction. Citi claims AMC Entertainment is worth less than 5. We already heard about that yesterday. I don't know, man. I would like to see Adam Aron stop doing business with Citi. And I know, I'm sure there's a reason why. And I mentioned it not too long ago where Citigroup, well, actually, I gave you a list of a couple different companies that were under duress from the 2008 and very possibly under duress now. And those who are under the most duress may be willing to pay the most money for the shares that they're able to get. I don't know, man. I'm tired of seeing Citi getting shares, so. Albert says he can't. Citi holds some of the bonds. Really?
It was getting pretty annoying with Citi. Citi's like, we're going to update the stock price like every 3 times a week, and
yeah,
and everybody's going to write about 20 articles.
Yeah. We have ISX 454 says, are you still predicting a run-up by the 28th? We already had it. Believe it or not, we were up like 11 or maybe even 12. I think we were up 12% at one point on one of the days where we had a big run. I do think that there is still some more momentum, but it probably won't happen by tomorrow. But we did have a big run up in there. I think a 12% day move upwards is pretty drastic. Now I know it came back down, but that doesn't, that's still a run up though. You can't ignore those. let me take a look. You're probably expecting something different than what it is that I'm talking about in regards to a big run up in price. But if you look at the overall trend since the time that I said that, you can see that we've definitely been trending upwards here. The date that we originally saw that signal kind of trend, I believe. Let me go back to and look, and I'll just see for sure. Hold on a second here. The other part to that too is you got to remember that AMC sold shares right during that time. The on-loan average age per day started to hit a bottom. So we hit the bottom on on-loan average age per day on the 7th. The 7th was the day, was the day which gave us the 3 week of trading days. So to the 28th of this month. But that was literally the day right after they started selling shares into the marketplace was the 7th that we started seeing that happen. So again, I'll bring the chart over so you can see this. This on-loan average age per day is probably one of the best predictors for when you're going to see price moving upwards. When it starts to drop out and when it finds a bottom, it's about 15 trading days from that point of finding that bottom. And so September 7th was that point, and we had price running up. Or we had not price, but on-loan average age per day driving upwards for 2 days, which is what you need to see to count that as the starting point for the increase. And ever since then, if you look at price, we had 2 more down days after that date of September 7th, where price closed, or the low for that day was $7.05. And you can see that almost every single day after then has been leading towards this increasing of price to where we're now trending about $1 higher than what we were. And percentage-wise is significantly higher. So, yeah, that's our run-up. It may not have felt like one, but you got one. And not only that, but the on-loan average age per day triggered again here because it did find a height at 831 and started trending down again and found another new bottom sitting. Actually, it hasn't found the new bottom yet. There is no 2 days of upwards momentum since then, so we're still waiting for another signal for another 2 days before we see it's still trending down. So it's all about perspective. It's how you look at it, right? Like you're sitting there thinking like, oh, it's got to happen all at once. It can happen over the entire time frame. What did I say? 707 was the bottom. Hold on 1 second here. Let me just find something real quick. Let's see here. 7. $705. So 705. So we found a bottom at 705. That time frame on 7. You can see it right here on the page. 705 was the time frame that we hit. That was on 9/11, and then ever since then, our average price right now is currently sitting at 793. So if I were to just plug that in to 793 right now, that is an overall average increase in price by 12.8%. Now, I know that's not huge. You're probably sitting there thinking like, oh, I need to see like, 50, 80% or something like that. But it is still quite a big change in price. I know I'd love to see a much bigger number too. But we had a single day where we were up almost, I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think we might have been up 12% one day. Let's see here. Papa Max says, will Q3 be profitable? I thought it was given yes, but heard what I hope was just FUD the other day that it would not be. Thoughts? I think we have until the end of this month, and so I think there's this one last weekend. I think a lot of people are projecting or wanting to see movie ticket sale prices to be a certain amount in order to get the numbers that we need to see to have a profitable quarter. I'd have to go back and look historically and see, but I tend to think that we will be profitable this quarter. I think we'll probably still get an EPS of something very similar to what we had last time, like 0.01, 0.03, something like that. If stock retail is saying yes, then I would probably tend to agree with that. He's been pretty accurate on his predictions. I don't take a look at it that heavily. I'm more of a pattern and trends kind of guy than I am poring over the numbers on earnings reports. That's not my thing. And I know there's plenty of people in the community who do it, so I don't bother with it. But I know stock retail's gotten it more right than anybody else has. He was also one of the first people that I saw out there predicting that we would be net positive on EPS by the second quarter of this year. Nobody was even coming close to predicting that as a possibility before he was. Pirate Tony says, Pirate, I'm more interested to know if I'm on target with you being a succulent guy. What the heck does that mean?
Yeah, I'll be on that one. I can usually pick up what they're laying down, but you might have to extrapolate on that just a little bit.
I have no idea what he means by succulent. Succubus?
I'm familiar with succulents as plants, but and there again, I'm a little slow on the uptake today, so you might have to help me out with the reference.
I have to read up on the chat. Is it worth it?
Is he just saying that Yucca sucks?
I don't know. Yucca should be here. It's 10:30. It's really close to his. He might have actually made it through the McDonald's this morning, and we should ask him how his McDonald's was. Yucca, how was your McDonald's today? Was it pretty good? And it is Happy Hump Day. That is a fan favorite of Yucca's.
Hump Day.
He should be here pretty soon to let us know how his McDonald's visit was. I'll bet you he purposely, I probably called him pulling in a McDonald's or a coffee shop beforehand and decided that he was going to go to a donut shop instead just to spite me. Because I think I may have called it just a little bit too early. I don't think he lives that far away from his house. So he probably heard me say that and was like, screw you, man. I'm going to donut shop instead. We'll see what happens.
You should say something about mushrooms. Maybe that'll draw him in.
Yeah, right. No, I think
mushroom.
I think we've done enough mom jokes to pull him in here. I think he should have been here already if that were the case. I don't think we could have said anything else that would have. There's no more key trigger words that we could have said today.
I wonder what Yucca's breakfast item choice is. If he goes with a McMuffin, or if he goes with the the McGriddle, or probably a sausage burrito. I don't know.
Doesn't he get the McGriddle? I think he does get the McGriddle. Which I find it's not bad, but I prefer the egg sausage egg McMuffin.
McMuffin,
yeah. Which I really hate the fact that I have to say with egg when I order it, or Is that right? Because you can't
Because
just
they have just the sausage by
yeah,
itself,
because
right?
you can say I want a McMuffin, and if you just say I just want a McMuffin, all they give you is I think just the I can't remember if it's they give you the egg and the cheese or they give you the sausage and cheese, but it doesn't come with the egg, so you have to say with egg. It's so annoying. It's like, can we just call it a McMuffin, and anything less than it's something else? Like you
Yes.
say a McMuffin with no
Take it off.
cheese, or McMuffin no
Yes.
egg, or something like that. But let's call it sausage egg McMuffin with. Let's just call it a McMuffin. Make it real simple and easy.
I agree. Yucca, yucca, yucca. Nana says, say his name 3 times and he appears.
He would like that, wouldn't he?
What's up, Nana?
Albert says, it's so gross, it's Miss Head at Grossmont High. Wait, did you look her up? Hold on a second. Now I got to look her up. I'm going to look.
You know it has a great breakfast?
Staff directory. Yeah.
The Wendy's.
What? These nuts?
I did.
Wendy's nuts?
Oh, no. with egg.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know Wendy's had a breakfast until,
you guys,
a couple months ago. And they have a good sandwich.
I'm changing the subject here for just a second. I'm looking this up here. I got to show you my school mascot. That's my school mascot from high school. What the hell is this? I'll tell you what it is. Excuse me. I'll tell you what this is, but I want to see what you guys guess what that is. It starts with
Griffin.
Can you see it first off? Is it big enough to where you can see it, or do I need
a little on the small side? I see something with crossed arms, but I can't make out the facial structure.
Let me open it up a little bit bigger for you.
Oh, he has a Tom Sawyer raccoon.
It starts with an F. Our mascot starts with. It's not a fat man. It almost kind of looks like Santa Claus, I guess, maybe because of the collar that he's got on it.
That's the Daniel Boone character.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a Davy Crockett.
He's a frontiersman.
Close.
Crockett, that's it, yeah.
Close. Very, very close.
Man.
Frontiersman would probably be a great guess. It's not actually what he's called though. It's a foothill. It's a foothiller. Whatever the F that means. What the hell is a foot? That was what. Yeah.
You should have got your money back. You should have got your money back for that.
It was like
you guys must have got made fun of, like stinky feet or put your foot in your mouth. Like
nobody knows what a foothiller is. It's like, nobody knows. Nobody understands that. I don't get it.
I know that's a mean looking dude. I'll tell you what, he doesn't order a McMuffin without egg. It's all the toppings.
It's a McMuffin, sir.
You foothiller.
This is John Smith with PETA. I just want to go out and make you aware that putting pictures of animals.
You're breaking up on us, man. You sound like a robot. Yeah.
Oh.
He said PETA is going to be at your house today because you're putting pictures of a animal for on your mascot.
Oh, yeah. Okay, got it.
Yeah, they're going to be outside with signs and torches.
While we got you here, bro. While we got you here from PETA, hey, can we run an idea by you about these chinchuladas we were thinking about?
Oh no.
Chinchuladas. Oh man, I'm looking to see if I can find.
It reminds me. I had the chicken enchilada yesterday at Taco Bell for the first time. It wasn't too bad.
Poor Miss Head. She might be dead. That's only funny to me. Oh man, I can't find a picture of Miss Head. I'm looking, but I don't see it. Oh wait, maybe it says 2016 Grossmont High School yearbook. Somebody might have captured. Oh no. That's not teachers. Those are kids. I thought somebody may have taken a picture.
Is this better or no?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's much better.
I closed Discord and reopened it, so I guess sometimes that's the trick.
Mm-hmm.
And you're saving yourself a lot of pain, by the way, from watching this testimony. It is.
Pretty bad?
Yeah, it's just painful.
Whose testimony is it?
It's Gary Gensler.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, don't watch it.
You do that so too well. You know what sucks about like having graduated in the 90s? Nobody had like internet back in those. I mean, not very many people had internet back in those days, and so like the early 90s. And so like nothing that you want to go look up on the internet is ever showing up because it's like just too old to be on the internet. It's like, nope, sorry. Wah, wah. You weren't part of the cool group when you went through high school that gets to have all their stuff posted on the internet. I can't find any pictures of her.
Who are you looking at pictures of? Janet Yellen? Who?
Miss Head. Can't find a picture. No pictures.
Give me a challenge. I'll find it.
I'm not looking that up on my work computer. Miss Head.
Miss Head, Grossmont High School.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember logging into AOL and it would be like beep, and I would like walk away for like half an hour, go to the bathroom, get something to eat, and then come back, you'll finally be online. You've got mail.
You've got mail.
And then someone would pick up the phone and they would kick me off like, Ma, you kicked me off the internet.
Do you have any yearbooks, Casey?
I do, but I don't want to go dig them out. They're packed away in boxes somewhere where I'm never.
Oh, okay.
If
you did find them,
yeah, it'd be easy to find a picture then.
Laminate the pages.
Is that a legit thing people do? Do they pull out their yearbooks and laminate the pages?
Well, depends. I mean, if you feel special about something, But...
Yeah, I probably don't care that much.
It might be. I don't know. Maybe that'd be illegal.
It would be really difficult to ensure that I had what's the word I'm looking for here? When they're trying to when archaeologists are digging for something and they're trying to keep the integrity of something, there's a term for that.
Not
I can't remember.
Be delicate with it.
There's an official term that's used for being keeping the integrity of whatever it is. Whatever that word is. If I were to take apart my yearbook, I would be forever destroying the I'm the first person to write in your crack integrity. That would be completely altered, so I can't do that. I can't preserve. Thank you. I couldn't think of the name. Preserve. I couldn't preserve the integrity of the crack writing, because apparently that was a fun thing to do back in the day.
Yeah, I kind of want to keep my yearbooks hidden from my kids for a little while longer.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Why?
I mean, there's just references in there that are,
sexual.
Certain. Yeah.
Sensual.
Mm-hmm.
Phone numbers. Are you afraid those phone numbers still work?
No.
I've oftentimes wondered if that would be the case. I'm half tempted to go back and just try calling those phone numbers to see what would happen.
I'll give you one example, okay? And this is like from like 6th or 7th grade, but we had woodshop class, which was phenomenal, by the way. And woodshop, there was like these holes in the tables, and if you could drop. What would happen is this girls that were being a tease, and they would just take their pencil and just kind of go around the hole and ask, and it just kind of like, you know what it's like
Whatever.
being
Whatever.
that age, But they would say, and then write in your yearbook, hey, like I know you're gonna miss playing pencil in the hole, and I don't want my kids to find that.
Dad, tell us more about pencil in the hole. We want to hear about more.
Yeah.
What did you do?
Yeah.
As an art student, I caught a lot of hell. I caught a lot of flack for volunteering to work on the yearbook. I helped crop the photos, and I didn't get to take part in drafting the text, but I got to help crop the photos and decide which pictures went where. But it was a small price to pay, seeing that I'm the only guy who has a picture in the yearbook to this date, taken in the gymnasium workout facility with one leg up on a stool and my junk hanging out the bottom of my shorts.
Ooh.
So yeah, I mean, sometimes you got to suffer the slings and arrows if you want to have a little special trophy down the road. I'll live forever as the guy, that guy.
I'd buy 10 shares to see that if you post that right here and online.
Well, I'd like to say that it was on purpose. It wasn't. It was just the fact that I didn't have a job and I wore short shorts and in my effort to appear manly, I had that the similar pose that the bottle of rum the pirate has on the bottle of rum with the one leg up. Yeah,
Captain Morgan.
Captain Morgan pose.
Yeah,
listen, when we were going through the photographs and deciding which ones to call and which ones to include, there were several athletes in the photo along with myself, but no one else seemed to notice it right away. And I thought, who am I to point out the flaw in this photograph? So I let that dog hunt, and so I was duly rewarded for my participation in the yearbook assembly.
Well, it's a hard job, and I appreciate that you do that, because that is a very hard. It's kind of a thankless job sometimes. I think you'd all agree here. Getting those books put together is a lot of work. But I would like to see the picture of piratejunk.com or something like that.
Well, it follows as like many of the tales that I share. You have to decide for yourself whether I made that up on the fly as a bit or if that's a true story. It's, unfortunately, without doxing myself, there's no way for me to, what do you call it, show the receipts? I guess you guys call it showing receipts.
Pirate hooker.
Hey, if you're smart, you just keep going along with it. Find a picture of somebody in the locker, or the gym with the junk hanging out, and get me to buy those 10 shares right away.
I feel like it wasn't called wood shop. It was called something else. But anyway, I didn't take that class at all. I did the auto shop, and there wasn't too many girls in the auto shop. Well, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I don't remember there being too many girls in the auto shop class, but I did take photography. Oh my gosh, the photography guys gets the girls like crazy. It's insane. Girls love photography. Oh man, you wouldn't believe. And the great thing was this was back in the day when you still had to develop your film and we still used enlargers and all that kind of stuff. It was back before the whole digital. Actually, digital was kind of coming out at the time, but it wasn't real popular yet. And so I actually took 2 years of photography, and they didn't really have a class for it, but they did have a spot for me to be able to take the class. And so the teacher made me like a teacher's aide. And oh man, Gina Barton. She needed help changing her film. She came back out. She's like, I can't get the film out. And I'm like, oh, I'll help you. And she steps into it's a little box. It's like you remember the old phone booths you would step into? It was about that big. It's exactly how big it was. And so I go jumping in there, and I was just going to change it for her. I didn't even think she was going to step in. She steps in with me, and I'm like, oh, okay. And she's like, yeah, you can show me. So you close the door. It's completely pitch black. You cannot see a damn thing. There's no light whatsoever. And she's like, just put your hands on my hands and show me how to do it. I was like, it was the worst. It was the worst thing ever, dude. It was so.
You must have had blue balls.
That had to be by far probably one of the worst things that has ever happened to me, because my heart was racing. I felt like my stomach wanted to just jump out of my mouth and splat against the wall.
Casey, you're
shaking. I was shaking.
Yeah.
Why are you so gay?
It was the worst. Wait. Who is this?
Speaking of heart racing and I'm shaking. Yucca's here.
Welcome, Yucca. Welcome. I knew you. How was your McGriddle this morning?
No McGriddle. I got 2 sausage burritos.
Oh.
I knew it. I knew you wouldn't go to Taco or McDonald's. I knew it.
Not because you're Spanish.
You heard.
I went to McDonald's.
You did?
I did go to McDonald's.
Yes.
They have those wannabe sausage burritos.
Yes. I called it.
Those thin as they're not even burritos. I don't even know what to call them. Rolled up tortillas.
Tacos.
Who won? Did you guys make a bet or something?
I called it this morning. I said you were going to be either going to a McDonald's or a coffee shop before you came into work this morning, and
oh, definitely.
Yeah.
McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts.
I said
you gotta try Wendy's.
I said that you probably would skip out on, if you heard me saying this, that you would skip out on those and go to a donut place just to spite me. But apparently you didn't hear, so you didn't hear, so you went to McDonald's. So that's good.
I wouldn't. McDonald's has that app where I get the iced coffee for 99 cents. They got me hooked on that.
That's good.
Casey, it's a sad commentary on the way you spend your time. The fact that you've been here so long that you can plot the travels of your stream participants in their off time. That says it's just sad, man.
And I don't even write this stuff down either. It's like just stuck in my head. That's the worst part.
Casey, I'm still thinking about your magnificent erection, and
that was
I never said anything about it.
I'll see you guys later. Bye.
I never said anything about that.
Well, were you
I must have missed the whole part about.
Do you know who? Do you know who?
Erection.
Do you know who Jenna?
I might have been getting coffee or something.
Do you know who?
Sausage burrito.
Do you know who Jenna Jameson is?
Yeah. Were you sweating?
Gina Barton.
Who doesn't?
Gina Barton was an absolute exact copy image of Jenna Jameson. Exact carbon copy. Like you could not. If you put the pictures, and I think I've actually done this. I pulled out my yearbook to put up because I thought it was her. The very first time I saw Jenna Jameson, I was like, "Oh my god, that's Gina!" And I was like, "There's no way." And she is a exact carbon copy. She looks just like her. It was crazy. And here she is, like asking me to change her film in the thing. And I was like, "Oh, I can't. This is terrible."
If you
I was
your
so
brain that you have right now, what would you do? Anything?
Oh my god, I would have done things so much differently. So much different.
I don't think she was helping you to change the film, Casey.
I personally think she was legitimately wanting help, and I think
right.
No, I do. I really
she was helping you.
I really think she legitimately just wanted help, and it was only in my head that I was sitting there like that guy from the '70s show who's always crushing after his friend's sister, and he's sitting there thinking she's saying stuff she's not really saying.
And you should have stayed close friends with her after that.
So that's the thing.
She would have taken you to like Macy's and say, "Hey, can you help me change
Here's
my
the problem.
wardrobe?"
This girl was hanging out with guys that were always a decade older than her. Always hanging out with guys that were like a decade older than her.
Look how you look now. You're like
she was hanging out with like no man. She was hanging. Look at the. That hit way too slow. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. But she literally she was always hanging out. In fact, some of us were commenting how when she was like 17, she was hanging out with some lead singer for some band, and he was like 26 or something like that. She was like 17. And it was like, dude, we knew something had to be going on, and it was just like there was no. It was just great. So when she asked me to do this, I was just sitting there going like, she didn't want anything to do with me. She just wanted help. There was no way. She was always interested in guys that were older and had money and lived the party lifestyle.
Do you want to give you a story to tell all your friends about?
No, guaranteed not.
No.
Guaranteed not. No.
Shit.
This is like one of those things where it's like, this is like somebody having a story about getting into one of these boxes, these dark room boxes with like Marilyn Monroe. Like I got into a box with Marilyn Monroe, and oh my God, she wanted me to help her change her. She didn't. She just wanted help, man. There was nothing more than the fact that she's so far out of your league. There's no chance. Like, you're like a 0.85 maybe on her scale of 1 to 10. and it's just
all things being equal, KC, you have to admit you still to this day think about it.
Oh, of course. It was a huge moment in my life. It was a huge moment in my life. Very, very huge.
Are you saying Kennedy had no chance with Marilyn Monroe?
Had he not been the president, yes.
I'm looking for pictures of this person.
Come on, telling you to unzip or whatever. That's
she
like
never said that. She never said
wants you
that.
to lather her back with a suntan.
She never said
Look, let's be clear, people. If the Oval Office isn't a panty dropper, then there's no such thing as a panty dropper.
Facts.
I mean, come on, you got to keep it real. I mean.
Did she say unzip her?
No, she never said that.
Oh, I don't know who threw that in there.
Going back to Jenna Jameson, what didn't she go out with like Tito Ortiz, the UFC fighter?
I have no idea.
No, Jenna Jameson used to like young guys. It was reverse.
Tito was younger.
Yeah. But how exciting. Good for you, Casey.
And nothing happened. I helped her change her film. What are you talking about?
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
Did you tell your friends? But did you tell your friends about it?
No, I was too nervous. I didn't want to say crap about it because I didn't want to be. I didn't want to say nothing about it because then because they would have done the same thing you're doing right now, the same exact thing. They would have been like, "You puss," that's what they would have said.
And then she would have confronted you and say, "Why'd you say those things? What do you mean? You came in
exactly. This is why This is why you don't talk about that kind of stuff back in those days because
girls
just,
like that.
No, they don't.
No,
no, they don't like that.
Friends that they've liked it. They always confronted me and say, and then we made out after that.
Jenna Jameson was hot, but don't ever lose sight of the fact that she had more guys in her than the Astrodome.
Oh no.
That's probably true and somewhat disturbing. But
she had it in her Astrodome.
I don't think that stuff matters when you're like 17 and you've got to release that on a daily or else you'll explode.
Did you go home? And
No.
Did you do it? No, you forgot about
it? No, Yucca.
He doesn't want to get
it. You did not go home.
He was a retention
His
specialist.
mom might be listening.
You want stories like this, but then you try to follow up like that, and no.
I just want to know. I would have. I would have gone home, washed my hands. What are you talking about?
A couple mushrooms.
Hey, is it numbers time? Numbers. Look at that. It's almost time. About 3 minutes here. Paul says, how did the short interest drop from 13% if borrowed amount went up 1% of the available float? And Paul, it's because the exchange reported short interest came in. It was lower than what was being estimated. Real quick and simple answer. I like Papa Max. He says, Casey, let's go in the dark room and see if anything develops. That's pretty funny.
I think that's what she was trying to tell you, but no.
Well, it wasn't too long after that the teacher bought film changing bags to where you just, instead of going into a dark phone booth looking thing, you just had a bag on a table that you'd stick your hands into and change everything inside of a bag, which was really lame. Didn't have nearly the same appeal. And the teacher could still see what was going on, so I don't know if anything happened that would have caused her to do that, but I mean, she already had dark rooms, so why buy changing bags? I have no idea.
I'm not surprised by Yucca's response. I'm surprised at KC's being surprised. I mean, do you not know Yucca? I mean, did you just meet him today? You know the logical conclusion to any topic with him inevitably ends up in one cul-de-sac.
Tendy says, is he in here? He's not in here today. He's saying getting hammered about the money made at Goldman Sachs. What does he mean by that?
He's talking about Gary Gensler.
Gensler on the hot seat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I see. Goldman Sachs paid him some money for speaking, I guess?
No, he worked there.
Oh, okay. Well, then why is he getting hammered about it then, if he worked there?
Well, because he's amassed, I guess, a significant amount of money. And they're basically one person grilling him saying, like, well, how can you be unbiased when you're come at it from a position where you are, how do you empathize with, I think, basically the general public when you're way up here?
Yeah, I think the implication is how can you be critical of a system that you so richly benefited from yourself? I think that's what they're trying to portray.
Sammy Boy says, how much longer will we receive pain? 2 weeks. My other answer to you is when hedge funds walk out of their businesses with their shit packed up in boxes is when this is over. So until you see that happen, nothing has changed. And they will continue to short AMC. What's the word I'm looking? I'm looking for a really big word here. They will continue.
Supercalifragilistic.
Yeah, they will be shorting AMC supercalifragilisticexpialidocious amount. Ishly until and there will be no resenting until that happens. So mark my words, you will continue to see pain consistently until that happens. It's 11 o'clock, guys. Let's take a look at the numbers, see what we got going on here.
All right.
Move a couple screens. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. Starting with off exchange, by this time of the day, I would expect to see off exchange to be somewhere between, or somewhere around 60% combined between off exchange and EDGX. We have 60.18% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.7. The combined total in that 69.88%. Nice. That is approximately 6.88% higher than it should be by this time of the day. 6 shares going through CHX so far for the day today. GME's CHX volume is currently at 300. Nothing unusually large going on on that exchange for GME. And then taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.56 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now sitting at 2.12 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to slightly drop to 11.61%. Cost to borrow mins at 1.9, average 3.04, and max is 4.33. The total amount of shares on loan for the day is at 27.34 million shares. That is 1.18 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. However, Ortex is estimating that 2.63 million shares were returned in short interest, but that's only because they've made a correction for the last 15 days of reported short interest being lower than what they were estimating, so that's why they dropped the numbers. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of volume so far for the day-to-day has been for calls at an $8.50 strike with 5.1 thousand contracts as of an hour ago. There's currently 6.9 thousand contracts at that same strike price. For puts, highest amount of volume at a $7.50 strike. It was 2.6 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 2.9. It's going to cause the estimated short share. What am I saying? I don't know why I just said that. Taking you over to the other screen here, we'll just take a quick look at MMRI sitting at 303.61. It was 301.59 as of an hour ago, so it's definitely heading up here, which either means it could mean one of two things or both, that the bond yield rates are heading up or the DXY is heading up, one of the two. You can see from the chart here, it says high risk, risk off currently. Oops, hold on a second. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was on the list here an hour ago. Still on the list here, we have a 65.96% buy to 34.04% sell ratio. Looking pretty decent for the day-to-day. Let me see if GME is on this. GME is not on this list for the day-to-day, and that's likely due to low volume. SSR trigger price is at $7.12. Shares available to borrow at 3.6 million shares. That's no change in the last hour. Let me refresh this real quick just to make sure. Yep, no changes. Fees were last seen at 2.2%. NASDAQ is down 0.28, Dow Jones down 0.51, S&P 5 down 0.35. We have 3,512 advancers to 2,581 decliners. The market is heading more down now than it was an hour ago. So there was we definitely had a bull trap this morning for sure. Because man, was it sure making it look like it was going to be a positive day today. Taking a look at some of the bank movers for the day today. Here we go. We're starting to see what I was talking about earlier, FRC and Silvergate. When those two are up, we usually see banks starting to head down, and AMC usually starts to trend upwards when that happens. Right now, as it stands, we've got FRC down 11.11, Silvergate's down 8. Or I said down. Manjit, you're live.
Oh, I am so sorry.
No problem. FRC is up 11.11%. Silvergate is up 83.33%. Let's see here. Anything else plus or minus 2.75% or greater? I don't see anything. A lot of red, a lot of green. Ethereum Classic is up 1.87 and consolidating. US dollar is up 0.37 and still trending up. Oil is up 6.49% and trending up hard right now. It's going to cause gas prices to go up here pretty soon. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.37 to 0.38 and trending down. SPY is down 0.43 and trending down. VIX is down 0.21 but trending up still. VBR is up 0.32 and trending down. VB is up 0.42 trending down. Tesla is down 1.48 trending down. Amazon is down 1.41 trending down. Cinemark is down 0.75 trending down, starting to trend down after consolidating. And Doge is down 0.04 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.2 consolidating with a slight trend up. GME is up 0.83 and trending down. HYMC is up 0.83 and consolidating. NCMI is up 0.44 trending up. Hood is up 0.37 trending down, and AMC is down 2.27 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for AMC for the day today, we have approximately $2 million more inflow than outflow. 6.52 million shares traded so far for the day today. After son of a gun, I erased my numbers. Give me 1 second here. Hold on a second. Son of a gun. Let's see. 120. $167 minutes, I think. Sounds right. We're on pace for about 15.22 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million, but said that there was a chance that we may even see less than 10 million shares traded today. Still looking like that could be a very small chance at this point. And then on a 4-hour time interval, we have currently equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 43.94, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI. We did not get the divergence on the vortex indicator, and RSI is at 37.01, which is currently below average for RSI. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.75, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 29.16, which is signaling oversold. With that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. Thank you very much. My closing price prediction for the day today was, what did I say? 775, I think? No, that's not right. That can't be right. Yeah, I guess it was. It's right about where we're at right now. We are hitting this Bollinger Band pretty hefty on the way down here. We should see a bounce off of that and heading back up towards the simple moving average. Sorry, I gotta write some numbers down on my board. I just realized I went through and erased. I have some cheat sheet numbers that I keep up on my table here, and I just realized that I erased all of those a day or so ago. Movie trivia. We should do movie trivia on something. Should we do Bond trivia? We've been talking about Bond quite a bit. Should we do some Bond trivia today? What do you guys think? Yes, no, maybe so.
That's not an awful idea. That's
I don't know.
possibilities.
Bonds? Like James Bond.
Yeah, I mean it kind of goes with the talk on yield today for the subject matter. So,
What about like bondage? I know Yucca might be into that.
Yucca, what do you think? Bondage?
For sure, let's talk about it.
Sales bond?
That's not right. Hold on a second here. My numbers are not coming out right here. Something's not right. What am I looking at? I do numbers on the hour every hour, right? 12. Should be 310. Hello?
I'm curious, KC, what did you think of censor content's use yesterday of the auctioneer's numbers as your lead into numbers time? Did you find that funny or?
Oh yeah.
Or not?
No, it was funny.
You know, I was trying to encourage him to use that on a regular basis, but he might have been fearful that you thought it was too long.
It might have been long, but it's okay. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
Easy enough to edit that down, much shorter.
It's easy for me to. I mean, it gives me a chance to be able to move some screens around and not have to worry about saying things in between as I'm doing it.
And I'd see if he'll maybe show some generosity and add that to the general soundboard and let us play with this new toy.
What do you have, like an auctioneer? You said.
Yeah, it was
Like
perfect.
25, whatever. So
Yep, exactly. Yep.
nice.
With the numbers, one end of the numbers. Yeah.
That's funny.
So, yeah, it was perfect. Perfect intro, little intro soundbite for the number segment. I don't like to take liberties and try to incorporate something like that on a regular basis without running it past the
Absolutely.
Commodore.
I'm pretty flexible. All right. Let's see here. Did we get any? I'm glad Gary Gensler cannot give a straight answer to literally anything. Sounds like you guys are watching that and not enjoying it very much. Maybe I'm glad you guys didn't have to hear it here.
Casey.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still holding these. No, I'm still holding. I know we're not supposed to talk about it, but you can't even buy that stock anymore. I'm still holding MMTLP, and I think they're doing a share count. Do you think that's gonna do anything?
No. Other than show that maybe there's something wrong there, but I mean, what do you think it's gonna do? How's that?
I don't know. I'm just hoping it's gonna expose, and then they're gonna settle and say, you know what, fine, we're guilty.
So what do you
Fine,
get? What do you get out of a settlement? Like, do you feel like have you ever gotten settlements before for something that occurred in the market where you're like a class action recipient of a settlement?
I got pennies on the dollar, Casey.
Yeah, you got pennies on the dollar. That's awesome. Yeah, it feels real good though, right?
Oh, it feels really good.
Yeah. You feel like you're getting back what you deserve.
Yeah, most of those settlements, the postage that they paid to send them out exceeded the amount of the check inside.
Yep. Wow.
That actually does feel good when I see that sometimes. But kind of like there's other ones that I get stuff on too, where like you'll open up the mail, it'll be like an advertisement, it'll have like $1 in there or something like that. You're like, yes, I don't have to do anything. I just made $1.
There's people saying that they're gonna get calls from their brokers trying to buy the shares back. That has never happened.
At what price? At what
I
price
don't know.
are they gonna get? Are they gonna get?
I don't.
Are they gonna try and get their shares or buy the shares from them?
I have no idea. I don't know. They're saying I won't take less than this. I won't take less than that.
$1 million.
I mean, you can. You can say, I don't know.
I mean, right?
It's gonna be interesting though.
Isn't it? Wouldn't it be cheaper to just pay the fine than paying everybody out? Let's say $100 a share. You know how the SEC is.
So there's a couple of different things to consider here. If the corruption in the marketplace is exposed to the point to where it takes out any kind of I'm trying to think. I'm so bad with words. I wish I was better. If the general marketplace can't be trusted, right? If you can't believe in a free and fair market, and it's not going to trade the way that it's supposed to, then there's no point in anybody ever investing their money in the marketplace ever again, right? So they have to make they would have to make shareholders feel whole for their positions that they held. But I really don't. In a situation like this where it's closed, there's no further trading that's going to cause price to move up or down. I don't feel like you're in a situation where you can demand the market pay fair price per share, because you're talking about a position that's now closed. It's done. It's over. There is nothing left other than what it is that you're holding on to, which is perhaps somebody is going to have to forcefully pay you the price for on when it closed by. So that may end up being what happens, right? Like I mean, I would suspect there might be a case where your broker comes in and says, okay, I don't know what the price was when it closed out, but let's just say it was like, a penny. We're going to give you a penny for every share that you have, and we're paying you more than the fair share price of what it was. Maybe it was actually 0.00 whatever 8, and we're going to give you a penny for every share. It looks like you've got 1,000 shares, so we're going to give you 1,000 pennies. Congratulations.
So they're gonna give me a penny for my thoughts.
I mean, it's you hold the value of what it was when it closed. That's it. This is why you don't want your stock to get delisted. If it gets delisted at a certain price and then it goes through some kind of litigation, you have no fair trading market any longer. There's no validity in being able to see some kind of like huge price increase. I don't know, man.
I don't know either.
We'll see.
The shares that I have were free because it was part of a dividend. So I never sold them. I just said they're free. Let's just see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
So I sold my original shares when I ran up, but I was already like, it's fine. Like I can sell. I already got my dividend, and that's the dividend. So it's not that many. It's only like 144.
You mean 10?
Yeah. Not of our AMC. Of AMC, I only have 10.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, you don't know what those 147 are going to be worth eventually. Who knows? Maybe they will be worth more. I'm completely wrong. You don't want people to know what your position is.
Yeah, if they need to know, it's missionary, but.
Oh wow.
All right, break time.
Another one.
Another one. Gotta take a break.
I wonder how Foo's doing.
How is he doing?
He seems to be doing okay.
He dropped in the poker game last night, played a few hands, and he seemed upbeat and positive. I think he's enjoying himself. And he did say hi to everyone, and we probably should have made mention this morning. He said to say hi, and that he listens frequently. It's just he's not always able to respond or to engage at the level he normally does.
Now you say something. Now, like after all this time we've been here together, and you're now telling me that he said this. Okay.
I'm not his errand boy. I don't even fucking like the guy.
He's listening frequently, I guess.
He's listening frequently, yeah.
Like right now.
I hope, or that whole thing was for nothing.
I paid you a He-Man birthday cake.
Yeah, what the heck, man? I made you a He-Man birthday cake, and this is how I get treated. Oh, boy. All right. Well, I'll have to drop a message, say hi back to him.
If you listen,
could you deliver it? Could you deliver it for me?
If you're real quiet right now, you can hear him grinding his teeth.
Can you deliver the message I said hi back?
Yeah, I'm gonna get right on it.
Okay. Please hurry quickly. It's of the utmost importance. Should be top of your list.
Heracles.
Oh man.
Oh dear. All right, hurry up. Go to break and come back. The quicker you go, the quicker you come back.
TB says you're no missionary, Yucca.
Oh, come on, man. What you gotta say that?
He said.
How do you know?
He said.
Reverse cowgirl, please.
All right, I gotta go. It's gonna get out of control. Let's see here. All right, I'll see you guys back in. Look, Pro Driller's even in here now. We're gonna lose. Yeah, this is gonna. This whole thing is gonna just blow up here. All right, I'll see you guys at 12:10. See you in a bit. Let me put up the message for you guys on here. I'll tell you what position, Tony. He's the mushroom position. That's what kind of position he is. Alrighty, guys. I will see you guys back here in a little while. What do we got? I don't even know what time it is. 11:23. I'll see you in 47 minutes.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. First flight of the orbiter Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, let's turn this music down here and go over the numbers. And then I can head back to the back of the big tramp here, and I guess on my next break I need to start putting together some movie trivia questions. All right, I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns specifically for me until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account when you sign up for that, or if you sign up for that. If your broker allows you to use a secondary device to be able to access your account, probably not a bad idea to use that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary. Give me a second. I'm still trying to log into mine. All right. Alrighty, starting with off exchange by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 63% going through off exchange and EDGX. As it stands right now, we got about 57.81% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.88. The combined total on that 67.69%, or approximately 4.69% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. 398 shares going through CHX, not a whole lot of volume. Taking a look at GME's CHX volume is 300 shares, not a whole lot on that one either. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.12 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. Most of the time it goes down throughout the day until the last hour or two. So now we're down to about 1.37 million shares on loan, or borrowed. That's going to drop the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 11.47%. The cost to borrow mins at 1.9, average 3.04, and max is 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.34 million shares. That's approximately 1.18 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. But the estimated short-term interest of the free float dropped by 2.63 million shares as Ortex overestimated over the last 15 trading days. So they had to kind of make a little bit of an adjustment to that. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, as of an hour ago, was an $8.50 strike with 6.9 thousand contracts in volume. It's now an $8 strike, down 50 cents, and there's 10.3 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts is at an $8 strike. So now the put and strike are matching. The put and call strike numbers are matching, and we went from 2.9 thousand contracts to 7.2 thousand contracts on the puts. So market's really kind of centering or dialing in on a potential $8 close by the end of the day today. Taking a look at MMRI and where we're at on that, we're at 305.98. I think 2 hours ago I read the number off to you guys, and it was 303.61. So it is continuously heading up higher and higher. Actually, it's 306.26 now. It just jumped. I'm going to write 306. This thing's going quick. 306.27 is what I'm going to write down. Customers orders by I gotta say this over. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC's on the list an hour ago. We still are. We have 68.86% buys to 31.14% sale ratio. And let's see if GME's made this list. I do not see it. Likely due to low volume. SSR trigger price is at $7.12. 3.4 million shares available to borrow. Did that change? Looks like they borrowed another 200,000 shares in the last hour, so we're looking at, in total for the day today, Sonko Tracker's seen about 2.7 million shares borrowed. Fees are currently at 2.1%. NASDAQ is down 0.42, Dow Jones is down 0.67, S&P 500 is down 0.54. There's 3,189 advancers to 2,898 decliners. The market is less advancing or more declining now than it was an hour ago by quite a bit. It's been very steadily moving the other direction. Taking a look at the big bank movers for the day today, plus or minus 2.75% or greater. Silvergate's up 100% for the day. Other than that, none of the other banks meet the criteria for being mentioned. Ethereum Classic is up 1.62% and consolidating. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.44, and possibly part of the reason why we're seeing that MMRI increasing as much as it is I'm not really watching the 2 or 10-year yields. Oil is currently up 6.03% and starting to consolidate a little bit after having an uptrend most this morning. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.65 to 0.67 and trending down. SPY is down 0.55, trending down. VIX is now up 0.16 and trending up. VBR is up 0.24 and trending down. VB is up 0.33 and consolidating. Tesla is down 3.6, trending down. Amazon is down 0.96 and trending up. Cinemark is up 0.17 and breaking a trend up. Might be moving into consolidation here. Doge is down 0.13 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.06, and I think probably consolidating as well. Holy crap. I changed charts and didn't even notice it change. There's very little difference between Doge and Bitcoin charts right now. Almost identical. GME is up 0.66 and slightly starting to take a trend down here. HYMC is down 0.57 and trending down. NCMI is down 0.44 and consolidating, and looks like it's starting to maybe make a trend down. Hood is down 0.31 and trending down. AMC is down 2.47 and consolidating with a small downtrend starting to occur. However, it did print a TD9, which means it should bounce off this bottom Bollinger Band and start heading back up again. For the day today, we have approximately $2.8 million more inflow than outflow. 8.51. It looks like it's not going to break it just yet here. 8.54 million shares traded so far for the day today after, let's see, 12:22. 230 minutes worth of trading. 232 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for 14.35 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 20 million shares and said there was a potential chance we may not even see 10. So it is definitely a low volume traded day. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got currently a little bit more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.28, which is below average. On a 1-hour chart, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 33.92, which is slightly, or that's below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 32.31, which is below average. On a 5-minute interval, the Met Live in HD 2023-24 season features 9 performances transmitted live from the Metropolitan Opera stage to cinemas nationwide through Fathom Events. Let's see here. I'm looking to see where perhaps on this that they're talking about AMC. It's probably referencing AMC to the fact that they're bringing some of these performances to theaters like AMC. Holy crap! How long is this article? Fathom is a recognized leader in the entertainment industry as one of the top distributors of content to movie theaters in North America, owned by AMC Entertainment, Cinemark, and Regal, a subsidiary of the Cineworld Group. Fathom operates the largest cinema distribution network, delivering a wide variety of programming and experiences to cinema audiences in all of the top U.S. markets and more than 45 countries. For more information, visit fathomevents.com. Da, 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 da. Okay. I don't know if Adam Aaron tweeted out about that at all or not, but we can certainly take a look and see. Give me 1 second while I go check and see if he's got any tweets out there. Don't see anything. Let me try refreshing. Yeah, I don't see anything. All right, heading back to the back of the Big Tramp, we got Real Rugged, Pro Jeweler, and Pirate Born are in here. Good to see you guys. Real Rugged, how was the end of that Gary Gensler meeting? Oh.
I'm sorry about that. I was side of my room. I couldn't really watch anymore. It's just that painful.
Really? That sounds pretty painful.
Yeah. Yeah. Freaking ridiculous.
Pirate says, I have a few errands to run that can't wait. See you all in a few hours if all goes well. Pirate, take care. He's probably going to get grass. Oh, he's got batteries and grass. Mr.
Sounds like he's vaping, brah.
I was just gonna say, sounds like a Breaking Bad trip of some sorts. Yeah.
Sounds like a party.
Yep. Pirate, the new. Oh man, I forgot his name. Hold on a second here.
Man, we're dumping right now, market-wise.
Yeah, my 401ks are hating it.
Pirate Born, the new Walter White.
Walter White.
I can't believe I forgot that name. Let's check it out. Let's see what.
We're not talking about Bob White, right?
Walter White from Breaking Bad.
Right.
Well, there it was.
Not related.
422. I said 423 by the end. By this morning, at market open, and looks like I was just a little bit ahead of myself. Who'd have thunk? We would hit it very close to the time frame that I thought we might hit it by. What time did we hit?
Yeah,
420?
well, on the Momo scanner right now, all I see is UVXY, VXX, SOSX, SO. Oh wait, ooh, I mean, never mind. I saw some other tickers that were bad.
Taking some big hits.
Yes.
You can read. Yeah.
Inverse tickers things.
Mr.
Last couple of days.
Yeah, Mr. Bright. When the market goes down, we're bound to go with it until those margin calls come rolling in. So don't you despair. The whole market is doing this right now. It's not just us. Foo Dog saying he probably just went for a meatball sandwich. Welcome, Foo. Good to see you this morning. I think your ears must have been burning. We were talking about you earlier. I forget what we were saying, though. Conveniently, probably.
What the hell? Oh my God.
That's the wrong Foo sound off. There you go.
1 second.
That's the right one.
I guess he's working or something.
Yeah, he's working. He's a working man now.
Is he back on the job?
Is he back on the job? He's on a job, yes.
He's probably like the safety guy, making sure everybody's safe and
Somebody
staying out of trouble.
Nana's saying, Casey, did they tell you Biggums was here? Nobody told me Biggums was here. Welcome, Biggums.
I didn't know he was here.
No, I mean,
Welcome.
It's okay to be incognito. You know, it happens. You know, I do it too. I go on other people's live streams and I just play kind of incognito. There's no sense in like causing a stir. You know, sometimes you just want to be anonymous and just listen. You know, it's cool. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, he asked about me when I was on break. Did he say, did he ask what I was wearing? If you must know, I am not wearing shoes. Actually, you guys would be surprised. I don't wear shoes like probably 99% of the time that I do live streams. The chat said you were spanking your monkey. That's awesome. Oh, I'm getting no data here through the chat, through the live stream. Hold on a second here. Something's wrong. Oh, okay. It's back up now.
So when you're sitting there with your toes hanging out, and you got your little bug zapper inches away from your feet.
Do I ever think about sticking my toes in them?
Toe in there?
You know, I am definitely one of those freaks that thinks about like whether or not I can touch the fan blade, and right along with that comes the idea of what would happen if I stuck my finger in there and actually touched it. I have done my fair share of getting zapped, and I would probably avoid it at all costs. But I've never actually tried it with a bug zapper. I'm afraid to. I'm legit afraid.
Yeah, that's.
The last time I played with some serious wattage, I had a garbage disposal that was kind of acting up. Like I heard crackling sounds coming out of the switch, and I thought, oh, we may have accidentally got a little water into it. So what I need to do is open up the plate and kind of maybe fan out the area inside of it or something like that, right? So I was taking the plate off. I had a screwdriver, and when I opened it up, I saw a screw that one of the screws for the mounting plate for the switch was just kind of a little loose, and I was like, oh, I'm going to tighten that up. It wasn't grounded. And as soon as I touched it with the metal, I didn't get shocked at all, but it turned my screwdriver into molten metal in less than you can blink an eye. And I don't know how I managed. I didn't wear glasses at the time when this happened to me. Somehow I managed to not get any of it in my face or on my skin or anything like that, but molten sparks flew everywhere. And I was just like, I mean, it scared the crap out of me. I'm like, that is the last time I ever try to deal with anything without a circuit breaker flipped. Cause I mean, for me, it's always been about, if you're just taking a plate off and just, removing it and then putting it back on, who cares if it's turned off? But I have never seen a screwdriver get melted like that before in a fraction of an instant. It was scary. So now I'm all about circuit breakers.
Oh yeah. Especially if you're in a house, if it's not a new house and you bought it from somebody else, and you quickly start realizing that a lot of the handyman stuff the previous owner did was not exactly
up to code. Yeah, not a good thing.
Those are always fun.
Ariel says, try peeing on electric fence. I personally don't think anything would happen. I haven't tried it, but I've made some bets that I'm wrong?
Yes.
Really?
I've seen it. It's not pretty. Yeah, firsthand.
How hung was he? Because I feel like that's got to make a huge difference. Because if it's down by your ankles, where most of the electric fences that I've seen are, there's no way your stream can make a full stream that's gonna. I just can't imagine.
Well, sometimes those electric, they're along the bottom, but sometimes they're 2 or 3 rows of wires, and they could be.
Well, yeah, but you don't piss on the one that's like 4 inches away from you. That's not the one you piss on. You piss on the one by your ankles. That's the one.
Dark.
Yeah, well.
You don't see it going over there by the fence.
See, I understand. I get it, right? I get it. If the wire's 4 inches away from you, you're probably gonna get shocked. That makes sense to me. I totally get it. It's gonna follow the stream. But if it's down by your ankles, or shin high, there's no way. Unless you're Shaq, you probably can pee on it and you'll be just fine.
A river instead of a stream.
Exactly. I just don't see it happening.
Well, it was unexpected, it was quick, and it was violent. Let's just put it that way. And I think I was laughing so hard I was on the ground rolling.
Wait, it happened to you?
It just wasn't me. No, it happened to a friend of mine, and it was very funny at the time.
Can you please tell us, how did he react to this? I am kind of curious.
Well, it was dark, and we were out by a barn area, and there was a fence, and he wandered off into the shadow and screamed, and we ran over. He was down on the ground, and pants down, and and then I said, "Hey, there's an electric fence over here. Stay away from that."
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was. You ever been hit with a cattle prod?
Never.
Oh boy, it's a lot like that.
My wife has a. We went to a flea market one time and we found, or I saw a zapper. I don't know. I can't think what it's called. Shoot, what do you call those things?
Oh,
A
like
taser. A taser. A taser.
device?
It was a taser. I found a taser that they had there, but it's just one of the ones that you hold on to, and it just makes these like super loud clicking noises as you see it arcing in between the two probes. And I've always wanted to try it out, but I've never had the guts to do it. So, because it sounds really, really dangerous when you just. But I mean, I don't know. One of these days I'm gonna suck it up a little and just try it on myself. But it sounds hefty.
I was at a gun show, and there was one, and I picked it up, and of course, everybody's standing in line to crack it. So I picked it up, and I was snapping it. I turned to look at my brother, and my whole arm went numb. It got me, and
Oh.
before I could realize it was laying on the table. It had come out of my hand and was on the table, and my arm was numb. So pretty instantaneous.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, lots of fun.
Albert says electric fences pulse on purpose because if the flow was continuous, you could get electrocuted. I know that firsthand because my parents sent me to a camp when I was a kid called Camp Sandy Hill, and there was an electric fence inside this area where they were taking pictures of me at, and I stood up against the fence line, and I didn't even touch the electric fence. I had a pair of jeans on, and the jeans touched the electric fence, and I know for a fact the jeans were touching it, but I didn't think I could get shocked through a pair of jeans, so I was like, no big deal, and I just let it sit there, and it didn't shock me at first, and it pulsed, and when it pulsed, I got shocked, and then, man, oh my gosh, I felt it through my teeth. It was jarring. Worst thing ever.
Life altering.
Yep. Do it now so we have Casey do it. PB Thor says Casey do it now so that we can add it to the movie. Jack Black will have to take the shock. It'll be funny. Oh yeah, all right, sure. Let me get right on that. Let me just go get my wife's taser and I'll get right on that. It would be really funny though. If she came walking down because today's her first day off. If she came walking down the stairs and she turned the corner and all of a sudden started hearing the air cracking from the taser going off, I'd probably jump just a little.
We kept going by the front door, and the drawer of the little furniture there that was up by the front door as a safety precaution. Never got to use it, though. But...
Albert's saying, if you think your jeans arc to the electric fence, why do you airflow low resistance? What makes you think peeing on a fence would be okay? Because if you ever look at, by the time it gets down to your ankles, the gaps between the pee is so small that I just don't think that it would be able to jump the gaps. I just don't, and I don't think it was the air that was. It wasn't the air that was causing me to get shocked. It was actually the conduction between the jeans. The jeans must have had just enough metal in the fabric or something that would have caused it to conduct, because it wasn't the air. I guarantee it wasn't air.
It just arced across through there.
Yeah.
I get shocked all the time. I mean, I have a pressure steamer for final step on cleaning jewelry and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And there's enough static electricity there coming out with that water shooting out that it arcs right across my finger. You know, I have some tweezers with rubber tips on them, but that doesn't always stop it. And I'm just kind of used to it. But it gets a good little zap, and it's just static electricity.
Yeah. Hey, don't you worry, Albert. I went to AMAT and took their electrical engineering test that they had there in order to get a job there, and they offered me a job. So I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this stuff. So I know enough to do enough damage. I didn't want to work for AMAT. In case you're wondering, they've got some really crappy shifts, and where they 10-hour days for 5 days a week, and but when they hire you on, they're like, they say like, are you willing to work extra time, more than 40 hours a week? And of course, everybody has to say yes in order to get the job. And then they tell you what the shift schedule is, and they go like, and we might have you do some overtime, and you're like, sure. And then you talk to people who are already working there, and you find out that they work 50-hour weeks at a minimum, sometimes 60-hour weeks. So they work 5 or 6 10-hour days, and I'm like, I'm not down for that. That's just not my. I don't mind when somebody asks me if I'd be willing to do it, but when they tell you have to do it, I'm not. I pass. Man, didn't you guys watch? And I hate using this as an example, but I already had this as a theory before. I even saw it. MythBusters already busted this myth already a long time ago. You can't get shocked from your ankle height, from a stream from ankle height. It just doesn't happen. And if you watch what happens in slow motion, it's like absolutely impossible. Your aiming would have to be like immaculate. Your stream would have to be like massive. It's just not going to happen.
18-year-old?
Yeah, that maybe you might be able to do it if you're 18 and you had like, a 12 pack. You're just unleashing or something like that. But for the most part, like just a regular normal piss isn't gonna cut it.
Not today, it's not.
Javi says, "Are you wearing your hoochie daddy shorts?" What are those? I do wear shorts quite often when I'm on here. In fact, that would probably be another thing I could say. Probably over 90% of the time that I'm on here doing live streams, I'm in shorts. Yeah, Easter Beast, then you would not want to be a candidate to try then test that test out. Because that's you would probably lose the bet if you were betting on my side.
On that episode, were they doing like a dog
Nope.
wire, or were they doing like livestock?
No. Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't remember the details on it. I don't remember. I want to say it was a livestock.
It seems like some of the dog ones, you bury in the ground and you put a collar on them, and then I've also seen them where they're low, like to keep the animals from digging out under the fence,
Right.
But then I've seen the ones that are about knee high,
The one I got shocked by with the jeans was for livestock. It was for sheep, and they had I think they had one kind of like waist high, and one that was ankle high. So just I guess to kind of keep them from jumping. We got about 13 more minutes here, guys, and we'll take a look at the numbers again. I just want to take a real quick look here, a gander at the SPY, DXY. There's SPY right there at 422.29, 422.84. It hit a bottom of 22.29. And then we've got the U.S. dollar is currently up 0.57% at 106.83. And one more thing I want to look at real quick here. MMRI is at 36.10, but what I really care about is checking to see what the yields are doing right now. So yields are dropping currently. Seems like they may have found a little bit of a high right around like 13.26, and then started dropping, but that yeah, it looks like they found a high around 13.26 and then started dropping. Which would have been around, I guess, like 20 minutes ago or so. Yeah, I would not even try the waist high one. I wouldn't even. I would bet 100% of the time that the waist high one will get you. That's not going to be the one you want to shoot for.
I don't think my heart can take it.
Nope. I don't even know if I want electricity going through that part of my body. Just saying.
Yeah.
Easter Beast, you've never had the popcorn yet? Wait, what are you talking? Didn't AMC popcorn drop in early March with 6-month contract? Every Walmart by me can't even supply it. I really hope they can increase production to even fully stock other retail stores. That, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think that contract expired, and they have a, from what I heard, the production is supposed to be going out to a larger amount of stores here in the very near future, not just Walmart, but others as well. So I haven't heard anything specifically about it, but when I do, I'll try to let people know. I was able to get my hands on a bag of the lightly salted and the extra butter, and then have not seen it since.
Wow. I think I'm up to about 3 bags a week. Maybe 4.
Wow. That's, are you sharing?
But I have.
Sharing is caring, buddy.
Yeah, me and my. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm sharing.
Are you licking your fingers and then putting them back in the bag while you share?
No. No, I just pour it into a bowl.
Pour it in a bowl, and then lick your fingers and put your fingers back in the bowl?
Yeah.
Okay.
But when I'm at work and I have the bag all to myself, there are no rules. It's just I keep the bag in here in the shop by myself, to myself. So. But what I want to try is, Danny gave me an idea, so I looked it up. There's some jalapeno salt, right, that you can shake onto any product. So if I can go get the less salt, and then I can add some jalapeno salt, I can jazz up my lightly salted.
Where do you find jalapeno salt at, or do you make it?
Well, I've seen it on Amazon, but I'm looking in the stores, locally on the shelves to see if I can get some.
I have never seen this before. I'm going to have to start taking a look into it.
Yeah, I guess they take like a jalapeno and dry it and then grind it up and mix it in with salt. And
makes sense.
Take it on. Yeah.
So
I think I'm going to order some this weekend.
I didn't even know that was a thing, honestly. Hold on a second here. I got to look it up. Wonder if you... Oh, I actually have seen this. I've seen jalapeno salt before. I was thinking of something completely different, though. Yeah, I've seen this.
What were you thinking of?
For some reason, I was thinking of like a sea salt in a shaker that would have like little flakes of jalapeno, dried jalapenos or something like that in it, where you know when you grinded it up, it would be a mix, not just already pre-ground. So I wasn't thinking of like just like a pre-mixed. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was thinking of something that's a little bit different, but I've seen this.
Yeah, I'm thinking about trying that. So, yeah, it looks good, and it's not. I mean, there's $8, $10.
I'm a little.
Jalapenos with sea salt.
I'm a little picky on my salt, and unfortunately, I'm gonna have to stop being picky on it. But for a long time, anytime I was ever putting salt or adding salt to my food, I would only do sea salt. And for even a smaller period of time, I was doing the Mediterranean sea salt that you can buy. I was starting to become a little salt snobbish because it was like the only way I could. I don't know. It's so hard to go from table salt to like the. Gosh, I can't even think of the name of the Morton's brand or something of sea salt, or not sea salt, but table salt. Yeah, with the iodine in it, actually, which is really good for you, by the way. It's really bad if you switch to just regular sea salt. You need to have like some iodine in your diet. But I had a hard time once I switched over to sea salt. I was like, man, I can't. That's the other thing too. I stopped recently using salted butter. Whenever we buy butter, we always bought the salted butter. Now it's unsalted, and butter just doesn't have the same. It doesn't do it for me anymore now.
Yeah. Yeah. And with your blood pressure, you need to watch your salt.
Exactly.
intake.
Exactly. It sucks, man. I hate it.
I know. I'm right there with you.
Mac and Bees says sea salt ? Yeah, dude, it's insane. Don't do it, or it'll do bad things to you. Yeah. If you don't know the difference, just stay with what you're. Huh?
I like it with my steak because, like, when you
Yes.
You get your steak and it lay because they're flat. They're more like flakes. They're not cubes.
Yes.
So they'll lay flat on the meat, and it transfers the flavor into the meat a lot faster.
Yes.
And while you're waiting for it to get room temp, so you can throw it on the grills. Love it.
You're killing me, man. I'm hungry now. I didn't eat them. I didn't eat on my break.
Why not?
I called my mom. I called my mom to talk to her. She had a question for me.
Yeah, time well spent.
Yeah, it's good. I'd rather talk to her than eat anyways, so.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Albert says yes, we're in the low volume HFT ladder attack segment of Kenny's manipulation. And then Yo Casey, will AMC Diamond Dave says, Yo Casey, will AMC manufacture its individual states or ship the popcorn from state to state? I actually don't know what their process is, man. I really don't. And then Paul asks, do you use kosher salt? I don't. If it says sea salt, that's all I care about. I could care less whether it's kosher or not. Doesn't really matter to me. Whatever's, as long as it's sea salt, I'm good. Dude, Gray Leaf, I've always wanted to meet a person in person that's been struck by lightning before. I've never had the opportunity to meet somebody who's been struck by lightning before. I think, yeah, it's kind of rare. Just like I like my steak.
You like your steak pink in the middle?
Wait. Do I like my pink in the middle? Are we talking like super rare? Are you talking like the middle of the steak saying moo, or what do you mean by that?
Yeah, like the very,
Like tartar?
you know, like
Nah, pass.
like the no, not raw. But, I mean, a warm pink center.
My wife likes it more rare than I do. I'm more of a medium rare fan, but only because I find that if I order it rare, sometimes it doesn't really come out rare, and if I order it medium, it doesn't come out medium. So I tend to find that most restaurants get medium rare more right than they do, or I'm less likely to be dissatisfied with the meat that I get cooked than if I order it rare or medium. Because if you say medium, sometimes you get medium well, sometimes you get medium. If you say medium rare, sometimes you get rare, sometimes you get medium rare. And so it's just like, just order in between what it is that you want, and then you can't really go wrong. You're like my wife. That's how you like it too?
Pink in the middle, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Medium rare.
But I personally like rare steak, but I cook because I don't. I feel like there's like different levels of rare. Like some people's rare is really like just seared on the outside. That I don't want. I don't want just seared meat and that's it. I do like it to be a little cooked on the a little bit further in than just the outside edges. So. I think I truly do like it rare, but only if it's by technical terms the rare standard that most people would identify as being rare. But my wife would prefer to have it seared on the outside edges, and that's it. Ariel says I order rare because the quality of the cut needs to be better. I mean, are they really going to care? I highly doubt that they actually even give two craps about what piece of meat they're getting for you for when they go to cook it based on how you ordered it. I think they grab whatever's next on the rack and that's what you get. We got about one more minute here, and we'll take a look at the numbers here. Gray Leaf says, by the grace of God, I think I was not injured. I think I was not injured. I need to read your sentence differently. I think I was not injured. I'm envisioning him like ticking as he's saying it, like his head's. Wait, hold on a second. I'm gonna do this. Hold on. I think I wasn't injured. I think ticks.
I hope. I hope I was not injured.
Right.
I think I'm okay.
Gray Leaf, did you get any tattoos out of it? I guess some people. I mean, I know you said it sounded like it was indirect. But I've heard that people who actually have direct strikes have like lightning tattoos where the electricity can be seen in the bloodstream, and it gives you like a permanent tattoo where your blood vessels are at. So it gives you like this like really cool spider web looking tattoo. Oh man, you missed out.
You're saying the light actually makes the tattoo?
Yeah, well, I mean the electricity flowing through your blood vessels causes you to have a tattoo. Yeah.
Oh. I was thinking you just put a big bullseye on your arm or something and walk around under a thunderstorm.
No.
Looking for try this.
Here, wait. I'll show you a picture of it.
I've never heard of this.
Yeah, it's really kind of. I mean, if you can survive it, it's a really cool looking effect.
Would you say it's shocking?
It's wait, hold on a second. Come on, you can't do that and not have your hand on this one.
So
I think there actually is a name for it, but I don't know. I'm looking up lightning strike. Well, it didn't work. I think there's an actual name for it. Which one do I show you? I will show you this one. There's quite a few to show you here, but I'll just... Oh, that's not good. Screenshot this thing. I mean, it doesn't... I'm not saying I'm going to go stand out in a storm just so I can try this, but that's what this gentleman's tattoo looks like from the lightning strike right there. It's pretty wicked looking.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah. And then I've seen this before, but I'm seeing it right now too on the internet. But there's people who've actually like taken those tattoos and then made designs out of them, like, you know, a tree or, you know, something like that. I mean, if you're into tattoos, I think that's pretty sick looking. But I wouldn't just go out in a lightning storm just so I could attempt to try and get this done. As this is probably not exactly fun to experience. I don't see any other good ones here that I want to share, but it's kind of crazy.
Have you seen the video of the guy that gets struck twice?
No. No, I have not.
It's like a mounted a surveillance camera, and it's on a building or something. And the guy comes around the corner, and a couple walks in front, and of course they've got an umbrella, and they're walking, and he's walking, you know, a distance behind and gets zapped right there. He gets up after a few minutes on the ground and walks a little bit further and gets zapped again, twice. And he gets up from the second one. I'll have to hunt that one up, but
jeez,
post it. But I'm like, my God, you get struck twice in less than 2-3 minutes.
That's insane.
Somebody's sending you a message.
All right. Speaking of messages, time to do numbers.
Let's do that.
All right. Give me just a second here. All right, starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about, let's see, 105, 64% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. As of right now, we got 57.4% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 10.27. The combined total on that 67.67% of our volume going through those exchanges. That's 3.67% higher than I would expect it to be by this time of the day. A lot of our price suppression in price discovery is likely being caused by some of that buy volume going through those exchanges. CHX volume for the day today still very low at 921 shares. Taking a look at GameStop's CHX volume is 300 shares, also very low. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago there was approximately 1.37 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It is now currently at 1.95 million shares. This is the part of the day where the numbers start to increase from 1.37 to 1.95. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 11.58%. Cost per mins at 1.9, average 3.04, max is 4.33. Shares on loan for the day today is at 27.34 million shares. That is approximately 1.18 million shares more on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex is estimating that about 2.63 million in short interest was returned, but the number is higher today due to the fact that the estimated or the actual reported amount of short interest over the last 15 days was higher than what they were estimating. So they had to, lower than what they were estimating. So they had to drop their numbers a little bit to reflect that. So in case any of you guys were wondering why those numbers were lower. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been at an $8 strike with 10.3 thousand contracts in volume. It is now back up to an $8.50 strike. with the highest amount of volume with 13.6 thousand contracts. On the put side of things here, highest amount of volume is at an $8 strike. There was 7.2 thousand contracts in volume so far. An hour ago, there's now 8.8 thousand contracts. Market suggesting a closing price between $8 and $8.50, even though it doesn't seem like that's the case. We may see a little bit of a price increase here towards the end of the day. I don't know about 8 to 8.5, but we'll see. Is that what I said? 8 to 8.5? Yeah, 8 to 8.5. Taking a look at MMRI, it's at 306.96. It was 306.27 an hour ago when I checked it. So it's a little bit higher than it was. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been on this list most of the day today, and still are. We have a 70.33% buy to 29.67% sell ratio. Looking pretty decent right now on that buy-sell ratio. And let's see if GME is on this list here. Come on, GME, you can do it. Get on here. Nope, not on the list yet. SSR trigger price is at $7.12. Shares available to borrow is at 3.4 million shares. That is not changed in the last couple hours. And fees are currently at 2.1%. So far for the day today, we've seen approximately about 2.7 million shares having been borrowed, according to Sanko Tracker. Taking a look at NASDAQ, it's down 0.65. Dow Jones is down 0.76, and the SP 500 is down 0.68. We have 3,099 advancers to 3,045 decliners. The market is down more than it was an hour ago, with more decliners. Down with a sickness. Getting very, very close to having more decliners for the day-to-day than advancers. Big bank movers, anything plus or minus 2.75% or greater. We've got SI or Silvergate up 0.67%. We're getting really close to Western Alliance reporting a number for me to be able to shout them out, even though I'm shouting them out anyways. More red now than we have green, which is a stark difference from where we were at earlier. Ethereum Classic is currently up 0.99 or 1% for the day-to-day, and still on a downtrend from earlier. DXY, or the US dollar, is up 0.49 and still trending up. Oil is up 5.55 and starting to make a trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are up or down rather, anywhere from 0.87 to 0.88 and trending down. SPY also down 0.71 and trending down as well. VIX is currently up now 2.38% and still trending up. I really cannot emphasize enough how we were trending up what almost seemed like an ascending parallel channel yesterday and simply just opened up lower and are continuing that almost same exact trend upwards. In fact, I just want to try something out here real quick here. I just want to see what this looks like. It's almost like they just moved this, basically like reset everything into a new ascending parallel channel that was just simply lower than the one that was there before. We are supposed to see in ascending parallel channels, you are supposed to see breakouts to the bottom side, and so this is technically was a breakout to the bottom side, creating what almost looks like a new parallel channel trending upwards here. I've got 2 points on the bottom, 2, 3, maybe even almost 4 points on the bottom side here, with multiple points across the top. So yeah, another parallel channel, and it's on the same exact angle as what it was on before. I'm still using these data points back here for the same angle of attack and getting the same bottom side angle. So yeah. VBR is currently up 0.16 and trending down. VB is up 0.24, trending down. Tesla is down 3.47 and consolidating. Amazon is down 0.83 and on a slight it's on a trend up, not slight one. It is on a trend up. Ooh, that is an ascending parallel, or that is an ascending broadening wedge if I have ever seen one for Amazon. That is going to break out, coming back down lower again. We're going to see Amazon break. In fact, it's probably doing it right this second, breaking this lower level of resistance. It's going to be doing it pretty soon here. This was unnatural movement up here, but if I had to guess where this is going to kind of move to, I would probably... That's not what I wanted. Do some kind of sideways trading action down to somewhere around here. And, oh yeah, I love it when this thing just keeps on writing. Stop. Let's try that again. Perhaps something along the lines of that. To where it'll probably have like a 60 some odd percent chance, 62% chance at having more lower lows before the end of the day is over. Very, very likely it could close below 124.42 before the day's out. Keep that up there. Cinemark is up 0.08 and consolidating. Doge is down 0.43 and slight downtrend. Bitcoin is down 0.23 on a slight downtrend. GME is up 1.3. There's just no way. Look, if you can't look at these charts and acknowledge the fact that there's no reason for Doge and Bitcoin to be trading so similarly, I don't. There's just no reason. GME is up 1.26 and trending up. HYMC is down 0.2 and consolidating. NCMI is down 0.89 and trending down. Hood is up 0.05 and trending. It looks like it's consolidating currently. And AMC is down 3.79 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC, we have approximately 2.6 million more inflow than outflow. 9.97 million shares traded so far for the day-to-day. After 285 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 13.64 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 10 and 30 million. It's going to be close. What did TV put in? He put 12 to 32, so he's going to be close too. Taking a look at a 4-hour chart here, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure. There's a divergence on the within the last 4 hours of the Vortex indicator. RSI is at 41.07, which is below average on a 1-hour time interval. More selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 31.83, which is almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, with an RSI of 29.66, which is signaling oversold. And on a 5-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 34.48, which is below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. I think we're going to do James Bond movie trivia today. So for those of you who want to come back, thank you. For those of you who want to come back, somewhere really close to around 2:30. Let's try to do 2:20 if I can. If you want to be here for 2:20 for that, we can. Or if you want me to just wait till 2:30, I can wait till 2:30 as well.
Casey, where do you think how much do you think the markets need to drop in order to trigger a total avalanche?
I mean, if you go back historically and you look at some of the major market crashes that we've had from the past, or recessions, whatever you want to call it, and this is looking at it on a day-to-day basis, or actually this is weekly. Hold on a second here. This is quite literally looking at this from a perspective of a daily view. And some of the biggest movements that we've seen in contrast, like if you were to take a recession, the 1929 market crash as an example. If I were to take this and to move this up to the highest point, which we had the equivalency of a move down that it had was this, the Dow Jones Industrials coming down from 36,800 down to around, the biggest drop was down to about 18,600. So we're looking like half the value lost in 2 weeks. Let's see, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 3 weeks. 3 weeks losing half the value, which is pretty massive, right? It's like you can actually see here based off of most. By the time the 1929 market crash would have ended, it would have ended like probably somewhere around 3,973 when we're sitting. It would lose like 90% of its total value. Versus something more, I guess you could say a little more realistic, which is, us looking a lot more similar to like the 2000 crash. And one of the biggest drop points was kind of almost exactly lining up with where we're at right now. And it took a matter of days to take the Dow Jones would be the equivalent of about 32,780 down to about 25 in a matter of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, a week. 32,700 to 25,200. So on this current move where we're at right now, we're not even close to seeing anything like these numbers. Yeah, we don't have anything.
We start seeing 3% drops in the Dow or the Nasdaq, then that's a clear signal that something really happened.
Yeah, it's gotta move pretty significantly, and that's part of the reason why they have the circuit breakers set up now since the 2008 recession, because what they learned is that the market. I mean, you could see the 2008 recession here and how sharp it was. In contrast, it was even sharper than the 29 crash. I think they learned some lessons. They're like, okay, no more of that crap. We're gonna cut that out. So if you're gonna have like a 10% drop in a single day, we're gonna shut it off. And they may just choose to just stop having the market trade for a period of time, which can happen.
Right.
I think. Let me see here. I can't remember off the top of my head. It's They might even be able to stop the whole market if it were to trade more than a 5% amount as well.
I think it's going to be a very controlled thing, and they're going to bring it down 1 to 2.5. Just under 2% per day, because that way they can kind of do it in a very controlled fashion. Nobody would panic. Well, people are panicking, but it would be a more controlled.
This is saying 3 circuit breakers, 7%, 13%, and 20%. For the S&P 500. Which those are still pretty big, decent numbers in a single day.
Oh yeah. It'll definitely be shocking, that's for sure.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you remember this or not, Yukon, but they actually placed, and this is one of the ones that kind of really set me off the most, I think in 2021, there was a rule that was enacted that allowed the SEC to shut down the markets from trading based off of the idea that there was market manipulation occurring from a foreign entity. The idea that a foreign entity could step in and exit their positions out of the market on a single day in order to crash our markets was not, I guess, was something that maybe perhaps they were seeing as a potential threat. And so they came in with this rule basically stating that they could stop trading for up to, gosh, man, it's been 2 years since we saw the rule go into effect. But I want to say it's like they can stop it for like 10 days. 10 days, I think, or maybe it was 15 days. I forget how long it is, but it's like, I think it was like 10 days. And it's like, holy crap, just the idea that they, that they could come in and just stop everything and be like, whoa, whoa, whoa. We're not allowing this to happen. No. I'm not saying it got halted. I'm just saying it could get halted. Oh, was it 30 days? I guess you might be right. It might have been 30 days. Casey, can you please address the use of sex toys and their effects on AMC? Use them often? He's not even here to defend himself. Poor guy.
I just thought he would step right in.
Head of the New York Stock Exchange could halt any security for 30 days if it's in the interest and protection of retail investors. My ass.
Yeah, they should have stopped it a long time ago.
Yeah, StockWiz says, imagine the full market shutdown. A full market shutdown. I honestly can't, but I've seen it happen before. Just kind of craziness. I'll tell you what, though, and I said this a couple weeks ago, if that happens, I'm going on vacation. I'm not going to be live streaming. There's nothing to live stream if history is not being made. I mean, we can't. I'm not going to sit here and just talk to you for 8 hours a day about something that's not happening. So I'll definitely go on vacation if that's the case. And I would highly recommend you do as well. Use it as a time to reflect. Use it as a time to prepare yourself for what may be happening in the future. Really just let it be a calming period for you. If we halt, can we have a massive poker tournament? We could set something up, Dario. Absolutely. I wouldn't mind. Dario's down. He's like, let's do it. We're still talking. There's plenty of things to talk about along the way. Yeah, we'll stay in touch and we'll figure things out as we go. All right, I'm gonna take a break though. As of right now, I got to take a break. Actually, I'm gonna go write up some trivia quiz questions for you guys that we'll do after. I'm noticing right now that I don't have any Fibonacci retracements for this period of time right now. Unfortunately, I don't really have a whole lot to base this off of. Let me just kind of look at this real quick here and see what I can draw up for you guys. There is enough history here that I could probably come up with something on the fly. Let's do this. We're actually getting a breakout of that that really long wedge that I was showing you guys. We're getting and I said we would break out of yesterday. It looks like we're getting the breakout today. If we break past this 756, hold on a second. Let me change the color on this real fast. If we break past 756, there's a good chance that yeah, these line up pretty well. If we break past 756 here, there's a good chance that we'll be seeing 735 or somewhere in that range before the day's out. Alrighty, I'm gonna put some music on for you guys, and I will see you guys back here in a little bit. Let me set up the music. All right, I will see you guys back in a little bit. Thank you, Rex. Thank you. Alrighty, guys, I'm back. Turn on the music here. And it's time to take a look at the numbers here. But before I do, I'm going to do, well, maybe I should wait till I get to the back of the big tramp. What do I do? Yeah, I'll wait till I get to the back of the big tramp. We'll do toast later. Let me see here. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what is that you guys are saying until you see the big tramp back up on the page. So hold those thoughts, personal comments, questions, or concerns until then. And two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be in your account. When you do sign up for that, if your broker allows you to have a secondary device to be able to log in, not a bad idea. You never know. You never know when you're going to have your primary device fail on you. So let's see. Let's see what we got going on here for the day-to-day. Starting with, what am I starting with? Off exchange. By this time of the day, I'd expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We have 57.98% going through off exchange. EDGX is sitting at 10.16. The combined total on that 68.14%, or 2.14% higher than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 2,113 shares, not a whole lot. CHX for GME is at 300. Nothing unusually large for either of those. Taking a look at shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day on Ortex, it was 1.95 million shares, and as of an hour ago, now 2.06 million shares. That's going to slightly raise the estimated short-term interest of the free float to 11.6%. Cost borrow mins at 1.9, average 3.04, max 7.94. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 27.34 million shares. That is 1.18 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Ortex had to lower their estimates to 2.63 million shares having been returned day over day due to a bad estimate in over the last 15 trading days. So they were a little bit on the low side on their estimates. High side, sorry. I keep getting that messed up all day long today. Taking a look at options. Highest amount of call contracts in the last hour in volume for the day was at $8.50 with a 13.6 thousand contracts. It's still $8. It's back down to $8 rather. It's dropped down. And we're looking at about 18.7 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts at now a $7.50 strike, bringing it down. It was 8.8 thousand contracts an hour ago at 8. Now at 7.5, we have 9.3 thousand contracts. Market now suggesting a closing price between 7.5 and 8. Looks like it's coming in line with where price is more targeted towards right now. And taking a look over here at this other page, we've got MMRI sitting at 305.51. Which is down from the 306.98 it was an hour ago. 305.23. Writing it down. And let's see what's next here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has been on this list all day long today. We have a 72.93% buy to 27.07% sell ratio. Looking very strong. GME is not on the list. SSR trigger price is $7.12. Shares available to borrow. Looks like they may have borrowed another 100,000 shares at the end of the day here. Bringing us to a total for the day today of 2.8 million shares having been borrowed, according to Stonko Tracker, and fees at 2.1%. NASDAQ is up 0.44. Dow Jones is down 0.13. S&P 500 is up 0.16. We have 3,803 advancers to 2,352 decliners. The market took a big shift upwards very rapidly in the last hour. Very, very rapid shift back up again here. Fooling even the bears. The bears and the bulls getting fooled in both directions here for the day-to-day. And we'll take a look here at what some of that looks like. But as far as the banks go, some of the biggest movers, we have FRC is down 4.44. Silvergate is up 58.33. And it looks like Douche is up 2.76. Big spreads here on the differences in prices on some of the banks. Some up, some down. Ethereum Classic is up 1.28 and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.37 and starting a trend down. Oil is up 6.23 and starting to consolidate a little bit. Yep. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.66 to 0.67 and starting a trend up. SPY is up 0.15 after having been down most of the day today. And finally getting this like really last-minute surge back up here to 420 from 422.29 all the way up to 427. It was quite a drive there in a very short period of time. Yeah, that's gonna be talked about. VIX down 3.01, and when the VIX fell out of this ascending parallel channel, you can see that when it broke hard down below this. But we're still sitting at 18.37 right now on the VIX. VBR is currently up 0.9 and trending up. VB is up 1.06, trending up. Tesla is down 0.093, trending up. Amazon is up 0.32, trending up, and this broke the exact opposite direction of where I said it would head to. You can see here very clearly that I had this is Bollinger Bands right here. I had this drawing right here as a potential break beyond this lower level of support, and it did not. The market saw as it was coming down to test and potentially get that breakthrough, as when the market flipped the other direction and decided to start heading up rapidly, bringing Amazon up 0.28% for the day today. This did not meet the ascending broadening wedge prediction that I gave earlier at all. In fact, this is doing something entirely different. This was completely unexpected here. Cinemark is up 0.81 and trending up. Doge is down 0.18 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 0.18 and consolidating. GME is up 2.33 and trending up. HYMC is up 0.7, trending up. Actually, it looks like it's consolidating really over the longer period of time here. NCMI is down 0.89 and slight trend down. HOOD is up 1.26 and trending up. AMC is down 3.79 and starting a consolidation period here. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $3 million more inflow than outflow. 13.75 million shares traded so far for the day today, since we saw so much volume during that period of time. After 350 minutes worth of trading, it puts us on a pace for about 15.32 million shares, which is within the 10 to 30 million I suggested in pre-market. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got more selling pressure than buying pressure within the last 4 hours. Divergence in the Vortex indicator. RSI at 40.39, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 30.35, which is almost signaling oversold. On a 30-minute time interval, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure than RSI of 32.57, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure than RSI of 41.62, which is below average. All right, let's do movie trivia. We'll try to start doing movie trivia at 2:20 if I can, for those of you who are showing up. I know I was doing them at 2:30 before, but in all fairness to the back of the Big Tramp and trying to get some stuff in before the end of the day, I'm trying to give them a little bit more time here by starting that movie trivia a little bit earlier, especially since I have less to cover in the beginning portion. Today's Bond Day, guys. I have some interesting trivia questions that I made personally. These are not scripted from some website, so good luck with these. For those of you who are Bond trivia fans out there, that's what we got. Let's see here. Shall we see who's ready and who's not ready? Say ready if you're ready. Albert says Daniel Craig. Final answer. All right. Here we go. I will be posting the questions in the chat. So if you feel like you can answer quicker by reading the chat, you feel free to watch the chat instead. Alrighty, here we go. Bob White, Octopussy is not one of the answers. You would think. You would think with me, right? Here we go. Which Bond actor started using the shaken, not stirred for his drink order? It's kind of a trick question. Sean Connery is correct. It's kind of a trick question because Sean Connery was the first Bond. And so he was the first one to use it. But that is correct. Give me 1 second here. I got to move this to the side. Hello, Joel. Congratulations on your point. Alrighty. Here we go. Who was the author and creator of the James Bond character and film franchise that felt Sean Connery was an overgrown stuntman lacking the fitness and elegance? Ian Fleming, before I can even spit it out, by Frank Lehman is correct. Fun little interesting facts in some of these questions today. Maybe you didn't know that. Well, of course it's easy. I'm not trying to make it hard for everybody. Gee whiz. I mean, if you want me to make them hard, I can sit here and I'll just listen to crickets all day long. But I mean, that's no fun. People like getting points. Who said that? Who said this? Who said that? Too easy. Roseanne, you know what? You're killing me, Roseanne. You're absolutely killing me. You didn't even put in an answer first and then said too easy. What the heck? You're killing me. Well, you're like the party pooper here. All right, here we go. In 1967, David Niven, I don't know how to say his name, starred in one Bond movie as James Bond. What was the title of that movie? Casino Royale is correct by Frank Lehman. Casino Royale. All right, here we go. Next question. Who is the other James Bond actor with one Bond movie under his belt replacing Sean Connery in the nice year of 1969? George Lazenby is correct by Hello Joel. It is correct. There were only two James Bond characters who had one movie title under their belts, and one was oh wait, shoot, I'm screwing this up for you. Hold on a second here. I got ahead of myself. No, I didn't get ahead of myself. There was only two James Bond characters. I forgot I changed the questions. That had one movie, Bond movie, under their belts. It was George Lazenby and David Niven, which was interesting because they originally starred Sean Connery. Then David Niven starred in some that one film, and then George Lazenby starred in one, and then they brought Sean Connery back afterwards. Apparently, there was a little bit of a well, I guess Ian Fleming didn't really like him. Number one, as the actor, and then also I guess they had a contract with his pay. That was a bit of a problem. Let's see here. Wow, I can't believe I misspelled that. All right. Other than Sean Connery, this actor is accredited with the same amount of Bond appearances, equaling 7 in total. Which is the most, by the way. Roger Moore by Frank Lehman is correct. Hello, Joel and Frank Lehman are the only guys getting points right now. Censored content, you're lacking. Roger Moore is correct. All right. What the heck, man? I can't spell words worth crap today. All right. This actor was 41 years old when he first appeared as James Bond in GoldenEye. Pierce Brosnan by Hello Joel is correct. Tied up 3-3. Frank Lehman and Hello Joel are Bond trivia aficionados here, apparently. What was the name of the first James Bond movie? Dr. No by Frank Lehman is correct. Hello, Joel. He beat you by a smidgen of a hair. I know it probably looked like you got it first on your computer, but it came through the internets faster by Frank. Hate to break it to you. I did see your answer pop up right afterwards, though. Right now, Frank Lehman's winning by 1. Here we go. How many actors have played James Bond to date? 7 by Hello Joel is correct. Frank Lehman with the wrong answer this time. Interestingly enough, Hello Joel got the correct answer on that one. Four piece here. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, we're down to the last couple questions here, guys. Last couple questions. Watch out for this fancy grill. Richard Kiel was 7 feet 2 inches and played the character of Jaws in how many movies? I'm trying to throw you off. See, I was waiting for somebody to say the wrong. Frank Lehman got it. Frank Lehman got trapped into giving the wrong answer first. 2 is the correct answer by Hello Joel. Oh, you got caught, Frank, trying to answer the question too early, sir. My trap succeeded. I knew there was going to be one person that would get caught by that at least. Oh, you have one opportunity left here, Frank. One opportunity left to beat this out, and I have a feeling you might be able to get this. Are you ready? Last question. Very last question. Here we go. What signature... Hold on a second. Actually, I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to stop right there at what signature. If you can guess what the answer is to this, what signature? And if you guess the answer for this without me saying anything, oh shit, Joe Pounds for 2 points. Joe Pounds for 2 points. What signature car remains the James Bond car of choice? And the answer is indeed an Aston Martin DB5. I would have accepted just Aston Martin, which you gave me, Joe. So Joe for 2 points. Congratulations to the 3 contestants that participated today. Yes, congratulations to you guys. You guys all did very, very well today. Hello, Joel, Frank Lehman, and Joe Pounce. Congratulations to all three of you guys for your expertise in your questions or your answers today. 4 Million Gorillas says, "Are you sure I didn't get the first point?" I'm scrolling back up. Hold on. Scrolling down now. Very first question was asked. And the first answer, let me read it down here. Which Bond actor started using the shake and not stir first? Hello, Joel was very definitely the first person to answer. Bob White says, "I'm out of here." 4 Million Gorillas, you came in after Bob White and Hello, Joel had answered as Connery. So no, you did not. You did not win the first question. Yep, not a problem. All right, let me add up these totals here for the week. We've got Hello, Joel with 5 points. Congratulations on your first points this week. We've got Frank Lehman with 4, adding to his points for the week. And then we've got Joe Pounce for 2 points. Congratulations on your first points this week. All right, so here's the tally for the week here. Coming in third place, we have Pirate Born with 3 points. Hello, Joel coming in second place with 5 points for the week so far. And then Frank Lehman with 6 points, winning out, eking it out right now with 1 point ahead of Hello, Joel for the week. Frank is Casey Shaw's neighbor. I doubt it. Alrighty, looks like Hello Joel says, "I might treat myself to 10 shares. Congratulations." I'm going to head back to the back of the Big Tramp.
Hello, Casey.
Hello. Apparently Yucca has a major problem with a question that he got or something. I'm not sure. What did you... What's the problem, Yucca?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Never mind. Moving on.
I'm sorry, Casey. Today I was singing and I didn't realize my mic was on. I was in my own little world.
Oh, that's okay. Real quick, I need to do a toast to Miss Susan for, I believe she said it was her son of a gun. I forgot. Did she say 50 or did she say 40? See, this is why you never ask.
15.
15th, yes. To Miss Susan's 15th birthday. Happy birthday. And quinceañera. Happy birthday, Miss Susan. May you have much health and wealth ahead of you in the coming year. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cilantro.
Cilantro? What are we eating?
Salute.
Cilantro.
Miss Susan said 50th. You're supposed to say thank you, not 50th. And then the part is here, Miss Susan, is that Yucca did a great job of saving me, and you made us look both bad. 15 would have been a great answer.
Being right is not always helpful.
Maybe not. Currently, we are at $7.57, down 4.36% for the day today. You're welcome, Miss Susan. Anytime we can make you feel better about your birthday. I know I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you on age here. And I know every year, I kind of was like, a couple of years ago, I was just kind of like, can we just stop counting and just say happy birthday from now on? That's how I feel. Yukon, it's actually I don't have alcohol, so it doesn't have quite the ring, the ting sound that it normally has when the liquid's moving a little more freely. But man, it sure The ice tastes, or not the ice, but the water tastes great. Oh, Papa Bob, come on, man. You know better. Let's see here. What was I going to say? Oh, did any of you guys have any? You remember when I used to like force you guys into doing toasts for the end of the day? When you'd walk in, I'd be like, oh, did you come in to hang out or did you want to? Petrofire's here. We'll stomp on him real fast. Speaking of stomping, do we have any first aid or safety items for the day?
Advice or recommendations?
I could say, let me
think about it.
About this for a second.
No, yeah. Take your time. You should know I'm going to come at you every single time I see you in the back of the big tramp. It's like it should just be
trying to fly down the radar.
It's probably you've probably been able to do it too. Not today, sir. Not today.
Let me see. First aid. If you do run into somebody that has spurting blood, a tourniquet placed correctly is the way to go. Until at least EMS can get there and evaluate the situation. So do not be afraid to place a tourniquet. Years ago, it used to be that, oh my God, that's the last thing you do. There was a case just involved while I was at work right now where we had somebody that had a spurting injury, and we let the doctor know at the ER, and oh, I'm good, and he took it off and almost hit him in the chin.
Oh my God!
Spray.
Wow.
So, yeah. So, and the comment was, "We told you."
Dang, that's crazy.
So, yeah.
Sounds like somebody who probably had some really good blood pressure.
Oh yeah, for sure. I know one of the things that they are giving for the ladies out there, they are prescribing a drug called TXA, which is trans ischemic acid.
Yes. Because like trans. What? Oh, that's terrible.
A tranny pill?
Basically, it's a blood clot. It clots your blood, and they will give that to you, which I find really weird because there's a lot of contraindications for that, especially when you're on maybe birth control or smoking that have to do with clots.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Just don't understand that portion of it. But it's supposed to reduce, I guess, the flow. So anyway.
Well, thank you. That's,
the only reason why I say that is, yeah. The only reason I say that is my wife was showing me that, and I was like, "That's crazy." That's what we give in the field. Like, obviously, to stop somebody from bleeding out, we also have whole blood as well. We can give that as well. So, but
you said you have whole blood?
Yes, we can give whole blood.
I'm so confused what you mean by whole blood.
We can give you a blood transfusion right there.
You carry every type?
No, we carry the universal, which is O negative.
Okay, so
anybody
you carry.
Can receive that.
But how, I mean, I feel like that would be. What is it? Cold or I mean?
159. Engine 159.
Hold on, real quick.
Oh yeah. No, you take care of work,
you feel
man.
Like what? No, it's fine.
Okay, I mean, I would think that it would need to be cold or refrigerated. So I'm guessing that you like constantly have it on ice, or what? That seems kind of.
Yeah, we do. We have these ice blocks
Beer cooler.
that
Keep it in a beer cooler.
Yeah.
It's just styrofoam.
Right. It's a cube. It's a legit cube. We keep a thermostick in there, which will also advise like any cell phone or anything that the temperature has dropped a certain amount. So it's set at a certain temperature. And we only carry that certain blood for 2 weeks, and then it goes back into stock as like their first stock, because it only has a month.
Does anybody ever complain that they would prefer it to be a little bit warmer before you inject them?
So we do it before it goes in. It goes through a warmer, so and instantaneously comes out at like 98
Right.
degrees.
I
So-
got you. Yeah.
But you could give it cold if you needed to.
Yeah. I kind of figured there had to be something that probably warmed it up. That would probably be a little shocking.
Oh sure.
There was something. Shoot, there was some. Oh yeah. Yukon says, "Do not burn scented
Casey, was
candle."
that-
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say, was that Gina Barton that actually warmed it up?
Yeah, does that? What is that? Is that food? Is he the one involved? Let's take temperatures.
PC, while you have him on the line, ask him just how dangerous are the Band-Aids you see floating in the public swimming pools.
Dude, the chlorine kills everything.
Those are not Band-Aids. Those are tampons.
Almost as bad as the Baby Ruth that you'll see floating next to it.
Chlorine is amazing. You
Hey,
just
Patrick, so you-
don't go, putting it in your mouth.
What's up?
Hey, Petra, when you do a tourniquet, you're supposed to put it where that spurting wound is. You're supposed to put it between the wound and the heart, right?
That's exactly right. You got it. Congratulations.
So if you have a spurting head wound, it's best just to choke them, right?
Yeah, you put it around their neck. Not medical advice.
That's what the Marines always told me. They said just choke them.
Right.
It's the best tourniquet.
Yep. Not medical advice, though. Consult your doctor before placement.
Don't worry, you'll be gone soon. We'll just tie this off right here.
I always thought that was hilarious.
You'll just go night-night.
On this is one of the rare occasions where I'm not joking. Is it still the protocol to release the tourniquet like once every 15 minutes, or has that changed?
That has changed. Typical now, if a tourniquet is placed based on studies, I think you can have up to 24 hours of no blood flow to it without it really consulting or really making an injury. So, but now I would not go 24 hours.
Are we talking like
So-
even fingers too? Like, I mean, you could chop off a whole finger and 24 hours later just stitch that thing right back on again? Provided it's kept cold. Provided it's kept cold.
Right. So, as far as basically amputation, is that what you're considered? You're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's advised for us to put it on ice and bring it with us to transport.
These are all really important questions because this is going to happen to every single one of us at one point or another in our life. I'm sure.
Especially if you love 4th of July.
Hey, I didn't lose any digits, man.
Right?
Almost.
Tell you what, those tourniquets are no joke. When they did my knee replacement, they used a tourniquet on my leg. I tell you what, that thing was sore for 2 weeks.
I bet.
It hurt like a mother.
Well, I mean, just think about what you're doing. If your body isn't getting oxygen and that tissue isn't getting oxygen, it's creating acidosis so it's creating lactic acid basically there. So I would imagine that would be like roughly somebody just punching you in the back of the leg repeatedly.
Cue
It's funny you say that. It felt like somebody hit me with a ball peen hammer in my leg.
There you go.
It hurt for so long doing my therapy.
Yeah.
I wish D Mello was here. I've always wanted to ask him if he had a funeral for his leg, or if he just had it took it to a taxidermist, and had it stuffed, and he keeps it around the house. I would really like to know what happened to it.
Are you telling me something? Are you telling me Doug only has one leg?
Yeah, D Mello's only got one leg, man.
Shut up! I didn't know about that. I didn't hear about that. When was this?
You didn't hear it?
When did I miss this? Was I sleeping? What the hell?
He took the whole peg leg pirate thing to an entirely new level, man.
I should have. I'm glad I didn't ask him how his legs are doing.
I think he only has. Isn't it like 50%? He only has 50% of the leg, I think.
I don't remember this. Well, dang, I need to pay more attention.
It was like 2 weekends ago. He was talking about it in the Discord about how when the MOAS happens, that all the different kind of legs that he could buy to replace it. The one he's got.
Oh man, he wants like this. He wants a super titanium ultra fast super sport model now.
Actually, maybe I do remember this.
I think right now he's got like a sawed-off broomstick or something. I don't.
And then he got into a conversation with Foog. He said, "I have a detachable penis," and I was like, "Oh wow, okay."
Different sizes too.
I guess maybe it's starting to come back to me a little bit. Maybe I think I don't know.
Yeah, because he was talking about the $6 million man, about the
Yes.
different legs.
Okay, I do remember that now. I do remember. Okay, I remember. I don't know why I forgot that so easily. That's so weird.
Which
Yeah,
oddly enough,
does he like mushrooms? That's the key thing. Does he like mushrooms?
yucca,
Yeah.
mushroom.
Yeah.
Favorite position? Yes. Favorite position? Yucca mushrooms.
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of figured so.
Which is funny about the $6 million man. When I was on active duty, the plane crash of that made the $6 million man in the show. That guy's son was in my squadron, and he brought the original video or original film.
Cool.
He was that guy.
He was the guy that was in the crash in the video.
Yeah, he was the guy that crashed.
In the dark?
Yeah, no, they didn't give him a fake leg or eye. He survived the whole thing. He was still in one piece. But the whole way that happened, that thing would always wobble. So as it went back and forth, you had to catch it in ground effect to make the flare to land. And a helicopter went across the landing area, and they didn't know that helicopters had wake from the rotor blades, and that's what made that plane crash. It was crazy talking to him. Nice guy.
Sounds like a nice guy.
Dude, that's so long.
He was the first guy I met that said he had Alzheimer's, so he got to meet a new person every day. Straight from the horse's mouth. I was like, wow. That was brutal.
Well, that actually runs in my family, so I'm afraid I'm going to have it in the future, and I'm not really too worried about it because my mom is. She's like, that scares her a lot, to the idea that she won't have a memory, and I go like, why are you scared of it? You're not going to remember. You're not going to remember that you can't remember things. What's the difference? Why would you be scared?
Exactly what he said.
Yeah, that's how I feel. I although I've learned some things about it that do kind of scare me a little bit, but I really just, I mean, if you can't remember, you can't remember. It's just you're not going to remember.
It's
anything.
like a choose your own adventure every day.
Every day. Yeah.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah. New adventure all the time. That's how you have to kind of go. You got to, if you don't have that mentality before you go into it, then you probably are fearful. But if you live your life in a way to where every day is a new adventure, then it probably will carry over into that. You being having no memory will probably live your life like that. Probably won't be as afraid.
I was thinking about this last night, about the whole Swifty deal with AMC. As crazy as this sounds, when Swifty's parents, her managers, probably met Adam Aaron, who's a sports fan, who probably has access to a box at the Kansas City Chiefs game. Do you think that's how Taylor met what's his name?
Kelsey?
Kelsey. Do you think that's where he met her? Because they were in the box, and that's where his mom sits. They introduced themselves, and boom, they met after a game. Wouldn't that be crazy?
I don't know. Wait, how are you? How?
Oh my God! Who the hell cares?
No, but how do you? How? Wait. How are you suggesting that they found their way to the game again? I'm forgetting. Are you saying the Super Bowl?
Well, no. That during preseason, maybe the Swifties wanted to go meet Adam Aaron. He said, "Hey, there's a game on Sunday. Why don't we talk here? It's a great environment." And it just happened to be that Kelsey's mom was there.
I think that. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows?
Please play that again. I got to hear it again. Who cares?
Wait.
My God, who the hell cares?
I did last night, but now I don't.
That was brought to you courtesy of the United States Air Force, by the way.
I just thought it was kind of cool, and now I don't. Now it really does sound.
Now you're all butthurt.
Definitely butthurt.
Your butt hurts?
Yes.
Oh dear.
A guy that doesn't fly around the pole is butthurt. Oh, and by the way, I am going to be at the Rams game. Oh, I'm sorry, the Chargers game this weekend.
Where's that at?
At SoFi.
Down here.
Yep, the real Hayden and I are going to the game.
Oh wow! So you're down here, downtown LA.
I will be there Saturday.
All right, I'll pass by. Let's see if I see you.
I tell you what, we're going to stay at Redondo Beach. We can meet down there.
That's right down the street.
You tell me the bar, Yuck, and I'll be there.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
His wife won't let him out.
Are you serious?
It's gonna be at the Yucca bar, which is at his office. You can come and see all his trophies. He'll make you a trophy personally.
Yeah, we're gonna stay over by that cheesecake factory at Redondo, and then I'm gonna take the real Hayden down the beach just to let him see everything.
He'll play a he'll do a song mix for you if you want to, right there in his office.
When is the game? On Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday. Yeah,
All right,
we got fancy pants seats. We got parking at the Forum. We got the whole deal.
You can keep an eye out for Yucky. He's not hard to find. He's on those corners with that big piece of cardboard.
Yeah, Redondo Beach.
You won't have trouble finding him.
Hey, Yucca, you should ask him what his favorite drink is.
I'm not drinking this year. I'm on the wagon.
You should ask Yucca what his favorite drink is.
That's gonna be a 605 North Harbor Drive.
I don't know the
cheesecake.
address where I'm staying. Yes,
Okay.
that's the one.
Yeah.
I'm going to be staying 2 blocks from there.
Wow. So, 2 blocks from there. You're not staying there.
Now, they wouldn't let me
Okay.
stay at the Cheesecake Factory because I eat cheesecake all day. Yeah, I'm going to be on the Discord later, so I'll have to work it out.
Yeah, you need to let him know what kind of outfit you like, color coordinated and all that.
Wow. Wow. Now, I don't believe I'm going to be able to go into a bar because the young Hayden is only 16.
Yeah.
I think you guys should totally get together. I think you should.
Yeah, definitely get some pics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll take some mushrooms.
No.
Yucca will supply the mushrooms. Have a good time.
No. We don't. We can't delve in. And you know my background with Paul Stamets.
Oh, okay, yes.
He's got to fly.
Okay, I'll take
$100 cash money for a picture of you and Yucca holding up a gay pride. No judgments, just I want the pic.
Holding up a what? What do you want us
What,
holding up?
Yucca? What? I can't hear you, Yucca. What'd you say?
What do you want us holding up?
What, Yucca? What?
They don't even need to hold a sign. We'll put a sign on the picture for them.
Just hug each other. Front.
What do you want us holding up?
Front
you want
hugs.
us holding up?
Yeah, what we'll do is the picture that has Hayden and I right now, we'll have Yucca in there.
What the hell's going on here?
There you go.
Can you all hear
Three of
me?
us.
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Some pirate said to hold something up.
I don't
It's got a
know.
gay flag.
Oh, they don't have that here, man.
The gay pride flag.
They don't have that in Redondo Beach.
Maybe. Although I thought I saw one in I rode the.
Well, listen, if they don't have a gay pride flag, you can always wave the Navy flag. It's synonymous. The same saying.
Oh, I knew that was coming.
Someone's in trouble.
Oh my gosh. It is time to wrap this up. Would you look at this time, guys? It's about it's flying by here. Wow. Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't make that happen.
Fish in a barrel, man. Fish in a barrel.
Alrighty, guys. I will. I'll leave you, gentlemen, to your spending time planning things and and Pirate to his jokes. So I will see you guys in a little bit.
All
right. Later.
As usual, folks, it is unfortunately that time of the day again, as usual. All good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we are here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Just yesterday morning, they let me know you were gone. Suzanne, the plans they made put an end to you. I walked out this morning and I wrote down this song. I just can't remember who to send it to. I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. Won't you look down upon me, Jesus? You gotta help me make a stand. You just got to see me through another day. My body's aching and my time is at hand. I won't make it any other way. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. I've seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you again. To an easy time, my back turned towards the sun. Lord knows when the cold wind blows, it'll turn your head around. Well, there's hours of time on the telephone line to talk about things to come. Sweet dreams and flying machines in pieces on the ground. Whoa, I've seen fire and I've seen rain. Seen sunny days that I thought would never end. I've seen lonely times when I could not find a friend. But I always thought that I'd see you, baby, one more time again now. Thought I'd see you one more time again. There's just a few things coming my way this time around now. Thought I'd see you, thought I'd see you far away now.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back We got each other. All we do is wait by and